Okay, I might as well get right into this. I forgot how easy it is to set up coding streams. You have to do basically nothing. You just set up a terminal. So, where am I? Where's my thing? There it is. Okay, first of all, I got this set up in a GitHub repository. Hey, Freeware Pirate. So I had to do that off stream because I have no idea how to do it. I have to Google it every time, and then I end up doing it wrong still. And it's like 17 commits for the first commit. But it's all set up now, so everything will be fine. And there's no two-factor authentication. It should just go when it's time. So I did one change off stream other than that, and that would be I had it set to generate 6 rooms per map yesterday, and I changed it to 9. So just this is where we're at. We got a guy in a dungeon, and it is wow. It is now 9 rooms, and I think the dungeon ends up looking pretty nice too. And it is fun just to walk around. Every time I've set up a game with basic functionality of being able to walk around in the game world, it's always just enormous fun. Like when I was doing map game, when I added harvesting and I could just harvest tiles and start like digging up rocks, made the game so fun. It was just fun to just do that for hours at a time with no goal, just digging rocks. I still enjoy that feeling. And there's a case where diagonal movement would have been nice. They don't have diagonal movement, so diagonal movement, that's going to be added today. Add diagonal movement. I want to do cursor. So I want to do a look cursor. So you hit L and it opens up the look mode, and you can move the cursor around and see what things are. And I don't have any things in the dungeon yet, except I have, like, I don't know, doors and walls and floors and paths. So that's a 9-room dungeon. That's pretty cool looking. I think I also want to add the in-game timer. So I want to have up here, I want to have like a little clock. It just says like time, and then it'll say the time. And then I want down here like buttons. So it'll say like L for look and whatever else functionality. So A for attack, It'll be like the mini game, like the tutorial. How to play the game will be down here. And then stats will be here. So I also need a minimum size that people need to have their terminal. Like my terminal right here is 130 by 32. And I think that's a pretty reasonable size for a terminal. Especially, I have this as big font, and this is not even, half of my monitor. And I have this as a big font. I have this as like size 14 or something ridiculous. My normal terminal size is I don't know, like this big. It's normally this big, so making it 130 by 32 is pretty reasonable. See, like I didn't even know. It's a pretty tiny window. I think most people can open that size window in their X session or whatever. What have you? Their X term. It would be an X term window. And I think the 9 rooms looks pretty good. It looks a lot less sparse, and as far as I know, you just have a lot less chance of rooms getting orphaned. I need to figure out how to prevent rooms from getting orphaned. That is another thing. So that'll be maybe today. But the first thing is not a fun thing. I need to actually move some things around. I need to reorganize. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a thing called display.c, and then I'm going to make display.h, and then I'm going to do map.c, map.h, and then I want to do player. So I'm just kind of setting things up. Everybody's getting their own place to live. Display will be, so the reason I'm doing this is because right now I'm using in curses. So in curses, if we ever decide to go graphical, I'll need to know what to swap in and swap out, and it'll all be the functions in display.c. So I'll always pass things to display.c the same way. And that'll be like the printing out and all that stuff. So let's open these up. So let's do that one first. That one's pretty easy. So display.c, you need in curses. I'll just take that out. And I need to knit display. So all this stuff, the in curses and knit can come right out. What we'll do is init curses. Yeah, I'll figure this out in a second here. I think this will just be a void. It'll be called init curses. It'll take nothing. And this will be it. Okay, this needs to then go in the library. So we prototype things. Okay, this is how we do things around here. Okay, so every source file has its own header file. That's a .h. That's like how you access the code in that library. So the display has init curses in there. I have to declare that in display.h. And then in main, I have to go here and I say include, if I can type, if I can spell. Oh my god, that was really harsh. Display.h. So now I have access to everything here. And this doesn't need anything else so far. It just needs in curses, which is pretty good. But what else? So then we have, we need to kill in curses. So that's just an end win, but we'll just call it kill in curses. And put that here. The void. Oh, curses. I'll fix that in a second. I like to be as parallel as possible. And yes, it is just end win. It is just its thing. It doesn't really matter. No, I already have that in there. So anytime I like to initialize stuff, I like to have functions to initialize it, and then I like to have functions to tear it down. I always use this format, kill and init. This is a pretty standard, I don't know if this is a standard programming practice, but this is a standard me practice. I like to do this. So just, they're 4 letters a piece, and then you use the same suffix, and it's all good. Hey, Snerd Aperds, how's it going? So it's very simple, just cause and when. But again, in the future, when I'm switching this to SDL or something, I can just swap out those functions. And SDL, you tear a lot more down because you make a rendering thing and you make textures. You have to kill a lot. So curses is pretty simple. You just end when and it closes everything. Okay, there's some other stuff in here that I think I want. So there should be like a print function and a draw character function. Okay. So draw character we're just going to have here. That's another very simple one. You send it the XY coordinates and it just draws it onto the screen. It's very basic. I could even do like XY, honestly. Because CX and CY is... that's too complicated. I should possibly also have, instead of just having this hard-coded, maybe have like a character, a person can enter in what symbol they want to use for their character. This is just a NetHack thing, right? Use the @ symbol. But we can expand that as need be. So that means I need to take this prototype out. Boom, you're gone. And let's see, what else? Print map space. Okay, so this is where it's going to get a little interesting. Because interesting meaning like, may you live in interesting times, interesting. Because right now, this is going to take a map space, and I don't have a map space function. I don't have map space functionality in here. So what I'm going to do is map space is going to be in map.h. That's where I'm going to define that so everybody can reach it. So we need that in here. Okay. And we'll need that in here as well. Anywhere that uses a map space is going to need that. And we're going to redefine this. We're going to take it out of here. We're going to put it over in map.h. All right, so if not defined map.h, define map.h. This has gotten me into trouble in the past because I like when you define headers, you use like a little key. So this is saying if this has been called before, you don't want to redefine everything. So if it's not defined, define it, call your stuff. And then if you've defined it, if 2 or more source files call this, it only gets defined once. But doing map_h, you could see how I might want to use a define where I define like the width and height of the map as map_w and map_h. And that'll conflict. It'll be in conflict. Okay, so we have map.h, we have the struct, the map space in there. So now I should be able to take print map space. This is a display function, and I can put it over in display. So whereas we're just using curses to display text like one symbol at a time, you know, in the future I may want to print out, you know, JPEGs or whatever. JPEGs of guys. And we'll, oh, I already have it in there, cool. And we'll cross that bridge when I get to it, how we do that, but it's actually really modular. This is a modular way to build this. So did I take that out of here? I don't see it. Okay, so let's open up map.c. I think that's all the display functions I need to put in display right now. Anything else? Do I have any print worlds? I did have a print. Okay, print seed. I mean, that's printf, so we don't really need to put that anywhere. I love those YouTube emotes. I don't know what they mean. That looks like disappointed. I was also printing out the character. I was accidentally messing up X and Y coordinates. So, I needed to know, where is my player? Why isn't he showing up? Why is he out in the middle of no man's land? Yeah, it's this YouTube live. So I've had some friends do YouTube streams. You can do one of the advantages is if you want to stream and you don't want it to be public, you can actually do unlisted, or you can do invite only. You can do all kinds of cool YouTube streaming tricks. So if you want to do like, I don't know, an online meeting or something where you don't want the public to be present, you can do that. And the chat is saved, so the chat replay, if you click on my profile, you can look at yesterday's video. I didn't do anything, it just automatically stays up. It's like you record your live video and then it goes to your playlist, like your own personal channel. It stays there. And it doesn't disappear after 2 weeks. As far as I know, it doesn't disappear. It might. I'll have to see. I'll get the little warning, and then maybe I'll have to highlight it. Like Twitch, you have to highlight it, or they disappear forever. I think eventually I'll want to make something called input.c, and this whole like getting input thing, I'll want to handle that elsewhere. But for now, we'll leave that there. So I think, let me see, display. Anything else display? Dist.p, that's distance. Map space, add rooms. Oh, good old xy2flat, the function that gave me so much trouble yesterday. And make paths and all this stuff. So all of this stuff is map garbage. So that's going to go over in map.c. So what do I need? Let's just do one at a time, or two at a time, I guess, here. That. And did I include that? Yes, I did. I included it there. I included it there, and I included it there. Okay, good. And these should be extern. Adding yet more white space to my function prototypes. This is the worst. Like all this white space here, I like to have my functions line up in my prototypes because I'm a little anal like that. And when you have a struct, that adds so much extra space. And when you have like an extern struct, it's like, what am I on? I'm on like, I don't even know where I am. Column 40. So let's go ahead and do those map space, init map space, and kill map space. It's real easy to just pull and chunk them down there in the other thing. Kill map space, init map space. So this is just reformatting, shuffling around, and we want to include this. I don't know if I need display actually. I don't think I do. What do I need? I do need map. So in map.c, you need map.h. So here's a tip for YouTube emotes. There is one close to the very end that is a cat in a box. Actually, there are two cats in a box. One is shelter in, and that's like very close to the end of the emotes, and that one's okay. But the other one is like cat in box or something, and that one is very popular. So you want to use cat in box if you can. So I forgot, I need to share this with as many people as I can because no one knows to be looking for me. And I meant to do this when I was setting up, when I had the link, but I forgot, so it is. Yeah, and I do love that emoji combo, Freeware Pirate. It's like a dragon eating a pile of poop or something. And I'm not like permanently on YouTube necessarily. Oh, good. I just sent you a link, Locke. And hey, Orbo. Orbo 100, that takes me back. Like button smash shizzled. So I'm coding a roguelike. I got banned from Twitch for stupid reasons. They didn't like my First Amendment rights. No, they thought I was botting and spamming, and so my account is under appeal right now, which is really stupid, but it is what it is. So we can't do anything about that. So I think also, so right now I'm going through and organizing. I wrote this program yesterday. I started it, so actually I can run it and kind of show you what it's all about right now. I started on a roguelike. This is a classic command line roguelike that's very much like NetHack, and so I generated maps, and I got the dude walking around. So that's what I did yesterday. And it would have been better. I would have made more progress, but I got stuck in a stupid bug debugging for like an hour. But I did finally figure out what I did wrong, which was good. And I'm just going to continue on today. Oh, now that one really is a pile of poop. The other one was kind of like the slimes from Blue Dragon, which are not called slimes. They're like not slimes. But they look like little piles of poop snakes. They're called poop snakes or something like that. So, oh yeah, I did one thing off stream. I made it so instead of it being 6 rooms, so anyone who was here yesterday will notice this map is so much bigger. I made it from 6 rooms to 9 rooms. So now the dungeon is just that much huger, that much more space in here. And it is fun. I'm going to clear this whole dungeon because this alone makes this hits all the little fun centers of my brain. That long tunnel right there. And there should be another room down here, maybe. So yeah, so today I'm just actually reorganizing code. That was a little weird. That didn't pop in right away, so I'm not sure exactly why. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, so today I'm reorganizing code and sort of putting it in modules so that I can keep things a little more organized. I never do that from the start. I never set up, you know, like 10 sourced files and then I never do it intentionally. Like you do that once you have a working product, then you can start divvying up functions and then expanding. If you start super complicated, it's just completely impossible to manage at the beginning. So it's a nice looking dungeon right there. That one actually looks pretty small compared to the one I did earlier in the stream. But yeah, I'm right now splitting things up so into separate source files. Now I think almost all of these can probably go into map.c, and some of them can even be static. So some of them, like draw a character that, now I need that one. Check a viz. I don't know, maybe that would be a player thing? I don't know. I don't know yet. But I don't know how this is gonna go. Let's just do the ones that are obvious. So I think dist p. Does anything in here use it? Check dist p does. And what uses check dist p? Add rooms. Yeah. So dist p stuff, distance functions, that can all go over here. So let's do that. And wait, no, I just did that wrong. So that is actually going to be in here because no one else needs it. So that's going to be a static. So I don't want to overshare my functions, you know? So now let's go get dist p. Let's just add these one at a time. This is going to be a little tedious, but it's good to do it right. Pythagorean theorem, that's all that function is. So it's some, I don't know, 10th grade math maybe? And we're going to just put that in, I'll put it down here, it's fine. Make that static. Okay, and then we need add rooms. Let's just do these one at a time. So add rooms should be like, should be public. Check dist p should not. So let's do that one first. That should not be public. Dragon eating poop or crying guy eating poop, purple poop, magenta poop. Check dist p. There it is. And minimum distance. So we'll keep that defined over in that file. So this will all be static, which is pretty nice. No one else needs it. Just the map generator needs it. Okay. So add rooms. Yes, add rooms. And there should be like add room and add rooms. That's the first thing you do. So we're going to put that over there, add rooms. And who calls add rooms? It's probably this main function. Add rooms. It's the main function, so that needs to be public. God, the white space. It's killing me. This much white space. Yeah, shelter in and cat. What's the other one? Cat in box or something? What's it called? I forget what it's called already. It doesn't tell me what it's called. How weird. Oh well, I'll just think it's cat in box. I'll be okay with that. My little mouse over is not giving me anything, so. Add rooms, yes. I think I just did that. I put that over there. And make paths and make path. All right, so which one do I need to call? Make paths. So make paths is, okay, this is interesting. Make paths is going to be here. So that's like the public function that makes all the paths. And then we need a private function in here. So it's time to make paths. We'll do it from here. Okay, it's so silly. Static. There we go, static. So now let's put those in while I remember which is which. Make paths, make path. So you have like it's like a helper function. So you have the public function that's like, okay, it's time to make all the paths. And then you have a little private helper function that actually does each path. So that's why there's one private and one public. So that's how that works. So this should be static. Make path should be static, I think, yes. All right, display is just getting in the way. YouTube emojis wish to keep their mystery. It's a mystery, it's a secret. Okay, check paths. That'll be private also. So this big empty function that currently does nothing will be static. Eventually I'll add functionality to that. And who calls check paths? Check paths, who calls it? So nobody calls it. Nobody calls it, so I actually had it there not being called. So I can actually add that in now. So the public function, at the very end of making paths, it's going to check paths. So it doesn't do anything yet, it's an empty function. In fact, it just returns 0, so it's always a 0 state. But it'll eventually do something. So the paths don't always connect all the rooms. Sometimes I have rooms that are completely disconnected from the rest of the dungeon. That's what that function is supposed to do. It's going to identify rooms that are cut off and then link them into other rooms. Okay, making rooms. That should be part of the map. Carve room, place room. So let's go here. And, wait. Before I do that, what does what? Who calls what? Make paths, make rooms. Okay, so make rooms is the public one. So we're making that public. Make rooms. Boom. Make rooms. The other two, carve room and place room, those are static. We'll see if this compiles when I finish moving everything around. It'll be very satisfying, I think, to watch it not compile. as is tradition, going through the errors. I like having these private functions just for the fact that I don't have an enormous amount of white space in my function prototypes. And I'm also taking out this comment. I don't need that. All right, here we go. Symbols, floor type. Okay, so this should actually be over there, I think. Oh, you know, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they should be in map.h. They should be public. So everybody has access to them. Display needs those. It needs to know what to draw when it's drawing the floor. Okay, and then I have check viz. Check viz is called here. This is more like a player function, but it uses the map and it uses the player coordinates. We'll leave it here for now. And I think xy2 flat, I don't think anything uses that. Oh, wait. Yeah, this should be an actual function, I think. So what we're going to do is call it character start. And we're going to send it cx and cy. So we're going to make a function here called void character start. Is that what it was? Yes, and it's going to be int star cx, int star cy. Then we're just going to do this. And we need the map also. Make that public. And then fix this. And one more thing, I actually have to make it work. So what cx points to, we're going to do that. And we're going to do this. All right, that should be good. So now I have a function that's finding character start. It's in the map code. So the reason I did that is because this xy2 flat function, okay, I still need xy2 flat. I was trying to get rid of that. Damn. Okay, it's all right. We'll make that public, I guess, for now until I find a way. It's so stupid. Every function, every source file could have its own copy of that, honestly. But I was trying to make sure that I didn't need that. Oh well. All right, we'll put this here. Okay, there we go. 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 And this needs, I'm doing some malloking and stuff here. So we need standard lib. It's stupid I have to add these headers to every single thing like that, you know, might need it. Display might, does it need it? No. I'm not sure what else I need here. Well, it'll tell me when I try to compile. So the magic of modern day where you can just send it to the compiler and get errors. You know, back in the early 80s, you wouldn't do that. You would really have as much I guess oversight over all the code because it would take a while to compile things. Okay, so this okay. I do need curses over here. Damn. I was hoping, so I definitely need an input file so I can get everything squared away into one thing. All right. More errors. Call to undeclared library square root. Ah, yes. More errors. Rand num. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. ISOC requires a translation unit to contain at least one declaration. So what does not have one declaration? Player.c. Forgot I made a player.c. We'll just put something in there. And that means I have a player.h2. Maybe I make these when I actually need them. I think it's kind of silly to worry about it right now, so I'm just going to get rid of them. Okay, and then we have unused parameter, and then we have duplicate symbol. One duplicate symbol. What is the duplicate symbol here? Floor underscore sim. Okay, so that means something is getting, if not defined, define map h, and then end f. So that's good. If not defined, define disp h. That's good. So what's getting oh, that didn't help. Duplicate symbol floor underscore sim. Okay, so what's that coming from? I hope it's not curses. It might be, actually. So I think that's actually what it is. I think, without looking into it all, I think curses is just cursed, and math is probably cursed. So what I need is a library. So if not defined, library.h, define, I'll call this libs. Libs of TikTok right here. And we will include math.h and curses in here. This will be libs.h. So now I can take that out of here. Oh, well, this was not even calling in curses. Oh, it doesn't need to. This. Doesn't matter, just open it and everything. There. So I think what was happening was, I think it was calling in curses multiple times, and maybe math.h also. Those are both ones, if I, my make file, I have to add lm and ln curses. Those are linked libraries. They must not have any, if you accidentally call them from multiple source files, they must not have any error checking like I do in my header files, which would be surprising to me that they don't. And it might not even be this, so we'll just have to see what happens here. So let's go ahead and make, no, we got the same error. So maybe it can actually tell me if I type this in. Include duplicated symbol underscore floor underscore sim. Is that a thing? Can I open a web browser and Google this error? Because Not something I'm used to seeing. Where's floor underscore sim coming from? Oh, wait, no. I know what that's coming from, actually. That's coming from me. How is that duplicate symbol, though? Where is it? It's here. I see. Okay. I know what I'm doing here. So what we should do is we're going to do this. We're going to put this here. We're going to define this in here. Okay, I understand it now. This is me making a mistake. So this is going to be declared here, but what I need to do over here is make those public so other people can access them. And so it's just like, it should just be like the functions. And so now I have extern, I made them extern. So let's just see what happens now. Okay, so far so good. I've got some errors, but it's not a linker error anymore, so that's a good sign, I think. Extern ignored on this declaration. ISO forbids forward references to enum types. How do you do this then? How do you make an enum public? Let's see. Ignored on this declaration. And it shouldn't be anywhere else, I think. You've got to be able to do enums, public enum. I guess I could also just make separate. Just to speed things along, I could just make separate different. So what I could do, I know what I could do. So in map.c, what I could do is for these make them static. So only this file has access to them. And then in display, do the same thing. So I'm just defining the same thing twice. It's stupid to do it this way, but it should fix that. Oh, and in main.c as well. So we're defining it in 3 places. Oh, and I have this apparently declared twice. Okay, and that should, what is this? Check viz. It should be static. No one else calls that. All right, let's see. Static ignored on this declaration. Why? Unused variable, floor sim. Okay, I don't need that over here. Man, enums. I've never had any issues with enums before. Like this. Very bizarre. That's in main and it's in map. So in map, we don't do that. And then main, yeah. Huh, I wonder about that. Does that mean you only need to define that? You should, no, that can't be. I'm gonna have to look into this. Okay, so it does at least compile. I get some warnings, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's just see. Yeah, well, it still works, so it's still running. I'm gonna have to figure that out. How do you do enums? How do you do public enums? It shouldn't it just be extern like everything else? Or defined in a header file, that would be... Well, I tried that and it didn't work. Let's see. So that is not good. So take it out of map. Take it out of there. And take it out of there. Then just try to put it here and see what happens. Guess you don't have to do extern. Yeah. It works. Well, if it works, it works. That's all that matters. It might not be a best coding practice, and I'll have to figure out a better way to do that. It's honestly, it's... Ooh, why does that happen? That happens. That is not a new problem. I think it's with check viz. I think check viz does not like being on the edges. So can I go to the edge again? Doesn't quite update things correctly when you're at the left side. Let's say if we go here. No, now it's fine. I think it's something with like, you know, I don't want to check off the map. Like I'm checking visibility around this guy in a circle. So if he has like too much, like if he's here, he can't check to the left of himself because there's nothing there in the map. So I think the code that does that, I think I have it wrong. So I'll just actually look at that real quick. And then I'll get to today's goal, which was the look cursor. I want to do a look cursor. I want to go into cursor mode. So you can move a little thing around and it'll be fun. So for j equals cy minus 2, I is less than 0, or j is less than 0, or I is greater than the map width, or j is greater than the map height. That should work. I don't understand why it's not. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, so let's enter into a situation where we can do a look cursor. So if we type in L, we're going to call a function, it's called look cursor, and we're going to send cxcy. And how am I going to actually do this? I haven't really thought about where in my current structure of things, where all my code is, where I want to put it. I probably want to put some of it in display and maybe some of it in here. So I think what I'm going to do is make a static function here called look cursor. Oh yeah, we need the map as well. And this will be struct map space map and int cx and cy. So I'm printing the location. I need to send the location of the player because that's where the look cursor, when you go into cursor mode, that's where that's going to happen. Okay. So I think I also need to go into a new get loop, like a new get character loop. down there. So let's just do this. I need refresh and use sleep at the end of that. Refresh, use sleep 1000. Sleep for a microsecond, no, a millisecond, 1 millisecond sleep time. Not bad. I can honestly probably raise this because 1,000 microseconds sleep time. I actually don't really know. I'm curious. If I go into my activity monitor, let's just look for this thing. So it's currently using 8.3% CPU to draw this. So, you know, that's, I think, a bit too much CPU usage. So actually I can go and fix that now. I don't need to be updating 1,000 times per second, essentially. So in 1 second, let's say I want to do 120 times. How many, let's see. That's a second, and then we want to divide it by 120. Hang on a second. No, I'm messing up the math. Why can't I math? Updating 1,000 times. So this is once every millisecond. So how many milliseconds should I be updating? Every 8.3 milliseconds. So this should actually be 8333. Okay, so now I'm updating 120 times per second instead of 1,000 times per second. So now if we shoot. Thank you, errors. Look cursor. Thank you, errors. I wasn't ready. I just got distracted. I'm not keeping track of errors these days. But now if I do this and I look for this program, when it comes up, it should not be taking up 8% of my CPU. It should be closer to 0. Now it's still doing 1% of CPU for 120. So I mean, my game does not need 120 hertz refresh rate here, but it has it though. So it's essentially polling for input, and it sleeps 8,333 milliseconds, or no, microseconds. So 8.3 milliseconds in between polls. So if it's 8.3 milliseconds, and you have 120 polls, that's 1,000 milliseconds or a second. So it's still a little excessive. I could probably cut that way down, but hey, you know, it's a good refresh rate. Can I just go over here and see what happens? Can I get close to the edge? That bug is going to bother me a little because it's hard to replicate. I should put in some debug functions. You know, use seed with this number. So when I have a bug, I can just put in the random seed. Like this is the random seed. So I could go back up to the one that I had before if I could find it. I should put those kind of functions in, but it doesn't matter. It's not what I'm doing now. So I'm not going to check viz. I will print map out. I will draw the character, and then I will draw the cursor. So actually, cursor on. Wait a second. Maybe I should do this draw cursor, and I will have it XY. So what we're going to do is int XY, X equals CX, Y equals CY. We'll start with those. And then draw cursor, we'll have a draw cursor function. Okay, So I'm going to put that over here. And then I need to do an actual function to draw the cursor. Learning as I go here within curses, because I just don't. Curses is a very historical library. It's been around for a very long time, since there have been terminals that were screens instead of, teletypes. It's been around. So I have to learn. So curs set is what we're going to do first. You want to turn it on, and I could probably do this every time. I could probably get away with not doing it every time. I mean, let me rephrase. I shouldn't do this every time, but I can probably get away with doing it every time, just turning it on. So curs set has 3 settings, and 0 is what I've been using. And it's invisible. 1 is normal, and then 2 is very visible. So let's turn it on to very visible and see what that looks like, because I have no idea. But then we need to move it. So how do I move the cursor? What is the command in curses to move the cursor? It's going to be move something. Does in curses have a screen? Yeah, it does. Wow. All right, so let's just go through here and see. It's going to be move mv something. Move. Curs move. What are these 2 things? What's this? Why are there 2 columns here? I think it's just going to be move. Do. All right, manual page name. Okay, that's what I have to look up. Curs _ move. Move int y and x. That's all it is. It's so simple. So this this will make the cursor appear where our current XY coordinates are. I'm doing nothing else. I'm just turning on the cursor. And at the very end, I should turn off the cursor back to invisible. Let's see what happens. Set curs. Not set curs. What is it? Curs set. Okay, wow. That's funny. Okay, so now if I go into look mode, oh yes. Oh no, don't do that. Put out of here. Okay, so I actually need to do, and we're gonna do L for look, cancel look. This has to be different, so, but we're gonna do it over here. So I add something when I'm drawing stuff, I actually add +1 and +2. So I need to do this. And instead of doing it that way, I need to do something here. So I'm going to make variables add x and then add y. And those are just the amount that I shift everything on the screen. So the upper left coordinate is 0, 0. This will make it so the upper left coordinate is still 0, 0, but if I call 0, 0, it adds it to x 0 + 2 and y 0 + 1. So now I can just do add y. So if I change these, I don't have to go through and change them everywhere, as I have these defined variables in here instead. Okay, and then here. All right, so now, yeah, I get the little hyper cursor thing. So you see, it doesn't move or do anything yet, but I can turn the cursor on and off. And there's a reason we don't want the cursor on, because it looks very ugly when you're not actually doing anything. But maybe I should have the cursor blinking. I think I should have the cursor blinking. So what I want to do is to do a little blinky effect, and we can play around with the numbers. Is in here I want to have an int, I want to have a static int, and it's going to be counter, and we're going to set it equal to 0. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to increment counter by 1. If counter is equal, let's say we're doing it 120 times per second. So let's say if this is 30, if, here, we'll do this at the end. So if counter is equal to 0, per set 2. Else if counter is equal to 30, okay, so we're going to do this. Hang on, I got to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, increment at the beginning. Okay, if counter is equal to 1, turn it on. Else if counter is equal to 30, we're going to turn it off. I want it to blink. Why is this logic just completely failing my mind? I guess what I could do is if counter... No, I don't want to do it that way. Here we go. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. Okay, so else if counter is equal, so it's going to go from 1 to 30, and then it's going to go from 30 to 60. So if it's equal to 59, what we're going to do is counter equals 0, and we're going to reset it. So we're getting it ready to do whatever. And then we move the cursor. So we're blinking the cursor. That's what this is. Blink the cursor every 30 frames. Then move the cursor. All right, let's check that out. It doesn't like something. Cur set. Gay Ben. Do I have a gay Ben emote? I don't see it. All right, look mode. So now we have a blinking cursor. That was just all that for that little blinking cursor, which actually looks really good. Blinking every 30 frames. So it's blinking twice per second. That's good. I like that. And then the only problem is when you go back in, it still has the old cursor value. That's okay, though. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the way things are. Okay, it's fine. It's good enough. So now let's add some things to like be able to move that cursor around. So I've already done this. Look, I can just copy and paste. Copy and paste. See, when you're copying and pasting this much code, it's time to make it a function, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so then I just need to modify this code. So if they hit W, you're going to do Y. So this time we're not moving the character, we're moving the cursor. x, y. So I'm just taking these c's out of here. Okay. Now I can move the cursor in look mode. Oh, oh, but guess what? The cursor cannot walk. Okay, well, I figured out a problem. My cursor it won't go through walls. All right, so yes, we want it to go through walls. We want to be able to target walls. So basically, all I need to do is if y is greater than 0. So if we're moving up, yeah, if y is greater than 0, y minus equals 1. And then if we're moving right, if x is less than map floor space x, oh yes, x, oh my god, I hate this. I hate my life. Why do I write things like this? Okay, so if let's just I don't want to look at old code. Let's not look at old code. It'll mess you up, man. Okay, so if x, so we're moving east, we're moving right. We want to make sure we're not moving off map, essentially. So if x is less than the map width, there we go, minus 1, then we can do x plus equals 1. Yeah. And then if y is, we're moving south, so if it's less than map height minus 1, y plus equals 1. And then moving left, if x is greater than 0, x minus equals 1, and that's it. And now we can move the cursor freely. Okay. Oh. Well, I messed something up. So let's just quickly... A is left. Aha. A is left, so that should be here. Okay, I mixed up my I mixed up my left and right. I gotta say the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, the reason that happened is because typically I refer to north, east, south, west in that direction, and I go 0, 1, 2, 3, which it makes logical sense in my mind, but I don't have these in the right order. WASD, that's up, left, down, right. So it's like not even opposite of what I normally do. It's just left and right are flipped, so I messed that up. But it should be good now. Yeah, we can move all the way to the left without crashing, right? All the way up. So this is the map area. That's all this area that I give it. I wonder about that's a little slow for something that's supposed to be 120 frames per second. Okay, and I want to do I need a new display function that's going to be draw commands. And I guess I want to, these maps may change size. You know, I really shouldn't worry about that. What is the map size even? I don't even know. Shouldn't worry about that now. 125, so 25. So 25 plus 1 is 26, so 27. We want to draw it there. And this, I guess, should just be a void. Maybe do like look. Okay. I want to also do one more thing. So over here in my main loop, I have if C is equal to Q, it'll break the loop. So if you hit Q, it quits. So I want to also put in capital Q. So if you're hitting Shift Q, you also quit. Then I can do that here too. And let's see. So draw, what was it called? Draw commands, did I not? What was that symbol supposed to mean? I guess it just means it doesn't exist. So I'll do it in here, draw commands 0. And then in here, I'm gonna do draw commands 1. That's before refresh, right? It is. I can put this stuff up there. Okay, now over here. If look is equal to 0, we're gonna do, oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know the command. Let's go into the man page here. It's gonna be move add something. Or it might be move print something. Like move print W. Curses is kind of cool because for every function they have for doing something, they have 3 versions of it. And one is just to do it where the cursor is. One is to move the cursor and then do it. And then the other is to move, if you have multiple windows, move to another window and do it. And so you see these like move W's, that's move to another window. And they all follow the same format. It's very cool. It's like when you are learning another language like Spanish or something, and you learn how verbs are conjugated, and you learn like these rules, like every verb is going to have these rules. Well, most verbs are going to follow these rules. It's the same kind of thing. Like they have a dialect in this library. Of course, I don't know what any of the commands are, so so like move W, print W. I don't think it's that. Is it move? Move, print W. Shoot. Move, print W. Okay, let's just open it up. So how does this work? You give it an XY coordinates, and then you give it a print string. Okay, so we're going to do this. Move print W. We're going to say 27, 0, maybe 1, and then something like that. I don't know, let's line them up manually. Do that. Use white space to your advantage for once. Exit look mode, quit game. So, I should probably take out the quit game option when you're in look mode because I don't want to add all that logic. So we're just gonna do this. Overwrite quit game with a bunch of spaces. All right, let's see how it looks. It looks a little funky when you're on the left side of the map. I should probably draw in some lines around the map, like where the map is going to be. But now if I go into look mode, oh damn. I don't want that. Draw commands should come before draw cursor. Yeah, we gotta, so I was moving the cursor there. So now, yeah, so now the cursor doesn't go down to the bottom. And I think those are far away, so let's just do this. Looks good. Wow, look at this map. This one's crazy. Absolutely crazy. These are just two paths next to each other, I think. So what I want look mode to do is if I'm like over a wall, it'll say you're over a wall. And if you're over a room, it'll say you're over a room or a door. But also if you're over a path, the paths look the same as the rooms. I want it to say you're over a path. That's part of my goal today. And also when there are enemies running around, the look cursor will tell you, you know, what their difficulty level is compared to you. Like, are they impossible, tough, weak, injured, dying, dead with loot, you know, all the normal stuff. Okay, it happened. I walked up, it did not change visibility. Huh. So my X value is 0, 1, 2. Look at that. And then it happened here as well. So it's to 3, and then 4 snapped it out of it. So that's an interesting thing. Let's go back to this visibility function. Oh, that's why, because I break. So if I'm outside of the visibility range where you can actually get visibility because it doesn't exist, I break this function. I should actually continue. Don't break the loop, just continue. That's a really easy bug fix right there. It'll be harder to actually test it. Because I have to get a map that has where I can get that close to the edge. I love figuring stuff out like that out because that was so simple. Okay, and we can move the look cursor around and you'll be able to go off map. So you can't see anything. If it's not visible, it'll say not explored or something. Okay, I also want to do something about this. So this is the window size, 130 by 32. I want to make sure that the player actually has this because let's see what happens if I do this. Am I in the game still? Yes. What happens if they don't have a wide enough window and you just go off screen? You don't know what's going on out there. Something's going on over here. You can't see it. So I want to make sure that the player has a big enough window. NetHack is actually really advanced on this, and most games are. It's not that like super high tech or anything. But what they do is they center the view. If your screen is not big enough, they center the view on you. And so they'll have a window like here. And then as you move, the window will move. Kind of like I did in Map Game, the same sort of thing. Most games will do that, and I will eventually do that. But I'm going to start off by just requiring that the user has a big enough window from the start. Can I go all the way over to the left? Not. That's part of why I do this, like walking around stuff and just having fun with the game while it's in this state. As I run into little bugs, and and then I can bug fix them while I'm, as I discover them. So the little thing where it was not refreshing the screen all the way to the left, I figured it out that easy. That's really cool. I really like that. I like the flashing cursor. You don't think about this when you're playing games or when you're using apps. Like if you're using Nano at the command line, you don't think like, oh, the cursor is blinking every 30 frames. You don't think that. It's just because it happens automatically, right, to you. It doesn't happen automatically, though. Someone had to code that. Someone had to sit there and think through the logic, like, how am I going to do this? And I like that every 30 frames also. It seems like maybe I could do 15. I mean, that's good too. You're going to be less likely to notice, actually. Yeah, I think I like that better. I like every 15 frames better than every 30. Cool. Cool. Yes, I will need my in-game timer or something I was going to do today also. But I don't want to my brain is just immediately like, do it. Do the timer while you're set up to. But I haven't finished look mode yet, so I want to do look mode. Yeah, so when I'm in look mode, where do I want that to show up? Probably down here. Oh yes, but first of all, no, before I do that, let's go back in Curse's manual. What I need to do is make sure that the user screen is the right size. So there is a way to do this, and it's going to be, might be attribute set, attribute get. Try that. The routine W attribute get returns the current attribute and color pair for the given window. And attribute get returns the current attribute and color pair for standard screen. I'm using standard screen. There is no corresponding attribute get function as such in x/open curses. Although in curses provides get attrs. Curses legacy. Well, anybody who's going to compile this, they're going to need to have in curses. That's all I can say. So curses is a historical library for for Unix computers, made in like the 80s, and made by like Bell Labs people. So they made curses, or maybe it was like the Berkeley Standard Distribution people, like Berkeley University or University of California, Berkeley, whatever it was. And in curses is like the GPL licensed version of it, and it's called new curses. So you even call it like curses.h. So it has all the functionality of the old curses. It has legacy stuff. The old curses, the closed source curses. It might not even be closed source. It might just be, not maintained. Whereas new curses is surprisingly maintained. Okay, none of that looked like what I wanted it to be. Those are attributes, so if the text is bold or whatever. Okay, so I don't think this is going to be what it is. Yeah, this is like attributes. So attributes are different. Attributes are like, if you want to change the color, you have to send an attribute like function call and say, hey, change the color. That's what an attribute is. So what am I looking for then? Could just Google this, but I don't want to. Let's see. Part of it is like I don't want to Google it because I'm reading through this and I'm learning. So I just learned. I just learned. I'm learning. Okay, it's not going to be get WCH because that's like get character in a window, I think. I don't think it's going to be get anything unless maybe get max X and get max Y. Get max XY. It's not get maxi, it's get max XY. Get cursor and window coordinates attributes. Get beg Y. What does that do? These are functions return an integer. All of these interfaces are provided as macros and functions. Get XY, get YX. How do you do that? What does it return? Like if you, what is get why is it, oh, get max X. It's not, okay, it's not XY, get max XY. It's get max X and get max Y. Okay, that's easy. Get max X, okay. So what I init here, I'm gonna do all this stuff and then I'm gonna say check window. And that's going to be here. And that's going to be static. Oh, I don't have any static functions here. Crush the industry. That sounds fun. Destroy capitalism, the game. Check window. Okay. So I'm going to do that after initializing the screen. We're going to check the window, and then I'm going to say int xy, and then x equals get max x, and it's going to be standard screen. Y equals get max y standard screen. And then if x is less, let's just do a ridiculous one now, or y is less than 1000. What we're going to do is end when printf, please ensure the terminal screen is at least 130 by what? 32. And then we're just going to exit here. So that's just going to take care of itself, and it checks the window here. I should put these values in somewhere as hard-coded, but I want to just see what's up. And we need a few things here. No, standard IO. An Earthboundish early access roguelike. That sounds fun. I love when you get a random Earthbound-like game that just hits all the right chords. I think Citizens of Earth was that for me. When I played Citizens of Earth and just like every background, like every battle feels like an Earthbound battle. It's so satisfying. Okay, exit. Where is that? That's in standard lib. Okay, I took that out. Hey, the great sax clips. Sorry I missed your stream earlier. Check window. What are you talking about? It says a function declaration without a prototype is deprecated. So on line 9, guess what this is? That's what it is. It is a prototype. So you actually, that's a weird new error in C compilers. I never used to see that. If you don't have arguments in a function, you have to put void in there or you get a warning. Random sponsorship to NordVPN. I get the weirdest ads on Twitch. They're always like people rollerblading and dancing on subways and stuff, and I don't really get it. I'm too old for that. Okay, here we go. So please ensure the terminal screen is at least 130 by 32. So it worked, I think. So now I just need to actually put the right numbers in there. So if it is less than 130 and y is less than 130 is less than 32, so let's just do this. Works. All right. I'm just gonna do one of these. Boop. Good. Please ensure the terminal screen. So this is just for now, so I don't have to do any kind of funky moving the window around kind of thing. So I've done. I'm gonna watch. You've done. Oh, I'm gonna watch for not missing your stream. I'm so sorry. I was eating lunch. It was lunchtime. I saw you click the link, and I was like, I had to leave the room to eat lunch. Could not avoid it. And then when I got back, you were gone. So you're on watch. So what I've done so far is you can tell I've added look mode, and I've added these little commands at the bottom. So now if I hit L, it gives me a little blinking cursor. This is blinking every 15 frames of animation. Because this game is 120 hertz, just so you know. A really good refresh rate. And so I can move around the cursor. And I can go off map if I want, but I can't go like below. This is the max Y value here, and then this is the max X value over here. Can't go further than that. And it doesn't do anything yet, but I have blinking cursor for look mode. And when you hit it, it starts where your character is, and then when you undo it, if you move it and then undo it, when you go back into look mode, it starts back where the character is. So you're on watch. No puppet. You're the puppet. Good, and now I just did this. So this was just make sure the window is big enough. So if anybody tries to run this, before what it was doing was if the window is too small, it would just, the guy would be walking, and then he'd be like off the window, and you couldn't see him. So now I have it, so this is the lazy way. Just make sure that the player has a big enough window. Okay, now back to look mode. So I have this look mode thing. I guess what I need to do is come up with where are those things? There's floor sim. Enum floor type. How did I do that here? Static. Why is that oh, that's there. Okay. So here, I guess I can give, I don't know the best way to do this as of right now, but I guess what I can do is give these things names and call them like open floor wall, like stone wall, open path, floor room should have nothing, and it should be door. Okay, so I should be able to just put that in, and these are floor names. And then I guess let's do this. So what I should do is I've gone through, I've moved the cursor, and then I should have a command here, draw look. Okay, so we're going to do a command called draw look, a function called draw look. Every time you make a new function, you got to go through all this. I remember someone complaining about this somewhere in a video or on a Stack Overflow or something. Like the biggest problem with C is that every single code file you have, you need a corresponding .h file, and you have to declare every function multiple times. You don't have to do that in other languages. So x, y, and then you know what you should also send over there is going to be an int. These should be ints, and then int floor type. So int floor type. Let's get this fixed. Didn't even add the right prototype there. And then, so it's going to be this, and then it's going to be map floor space plus xy2 flat x y 100. This is a pointer to dereference it, and then that's what you do. So draw look. Coordinates. Oh, you don't even need the coordinates then. You just need the floor type. That's how easy that is. Like, why send the coordinates? The actual look function is doing all the heavy lifting here. So essentially then all I need to do is move print. Oh, wait. Then I need visible, because we don't want to be looking off screen. We don't want to be cheating. So we don't want to let them cheat. So then instead of that alone, I'm going to add the same thing, but it's going to be visibility. I think that's viz. Viz. And that's a character. I don't even have to change it here, but it would get cast to do an integer, but I might as well do it the right way. Okay, if viz, let's make this viz. Oh yeah, and make this floor space, because that's we're just making them parallel to the map structure, floor space and viz. Beautiful. If viz is equal to 0, it's invisible. So what we're going to do is move print 28.1. You see nothing. And I don't think you need to do that. I think it will overwrite, even if you don't draw spaces. I think, you know, let me just get rid of those, because I don't think you need it. I think this library is smart enough. Move print W. And then you see string, and it's going to be floor underscore names floor space. Let's see how that goes. Duplicate symbol, floor names. This again. Why do I get duplicate symbol, floor names? I don't understand. It's like, that's defined over here. If not defined map age, define map age, and then indef. All right, we're gonna put it here. I don't know if that'll work. Get rid of my linker errors. Excess elements, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll come up with a more sustainable way to do this. Excess elements, initializer string for, oh. Right. Duh. Well, is that how you do that? I think that'll work. See if it actually works. Oh yeah, and I forgot I have to do... I did it again. I did it again. Over here in look mode, we want to draw look before drawing the cursor. All right, now look mode. You see open floor. Open path. Okay, so it does. I do need to draw the spaces because it says you see nothing gore. Nothing gore. We don't want that. I think I tested that and it wasn't doing that. So I'm a little surprised by that, but we'll just draw a lot of spaces there. It doesn't matter. You see open floor. You see stone wall. You see nothing. Actually, it shouldn't say nothing. Huh. Why does capital L not work? Does capital Q work? It does not. Interesting. Thought I added code in there to fix that. That's okay, but you said unexplored. There we go. No, you're on watch, buddy. There we go. Okay, we did that. So there's one other thing I wanna point out, and that would be int player. So if player is equal to 1, we'll do this. Lazy, I know. Int player, maybe just make it a character. Use 1 byte. Why use 4 bytes when 1 byte will do? Okay, and then over here, if x is equal to cx and y is equal to cy, player equals 1, else player equals 0, and we need a character playa, and we'll just send that over there. You see yourself. Open floor. Door. Stone wall. Unexplored. So we have a rudimentary cursor for look mode. Fantastic. Caves of Cud has a look cursor, and the way that it works is like if you're here and there's an enemy over here, if you pull up the cursor and then you hit right, it just goes all the way over to the enemy. And I never liked that. Like if I want to look at the space, I want to see what's on, like what loot is on the ground. I hate that it like boop moves all the way to the right. And so I was complaining about that, and somebody who was watching me on Twitch was experienced with the game was like, "You idiot." There's a prompt on there. It says unlock mode F1. If you do that, you'll move 1 space at a time. And then I did it, and it unlocked it, and it worked. And I was like, oh, okay. Why is that the default behavior though? Why do you bounce all the way to the closest, the closest enemy? Like if I want to look at the open chest next to me, I want to I want to look at the chest. You know, I don't want to have to mouse click for that. That should be the default behavior. Move one square at a time. So open path. So this you can see now when you do these maps, when you get them completely uncovered. I also like that I characterize the person as calling me, "You idiot." They were actually really patient, and they told me twice, and I missed what they were saying the first time. But the second time they told me again, and they were like perfectly nice. So they weren't calling me an idiot at all. They were just being very friendly and helpful. But in my mind, of course, I internalize it as me being an idiot. That's how I am. So the way that this is made up here, and I want to just look around here. This is a path. This is a path. You can't always tell. Like this looks like a room, right? But it's path. And then this is part of the room. So I don't know. That's really cool. I think the path when I draw them, I might draw them in like a dark gray. So it'll still be the dots, but it'll be in a dark gray. So you can tell you're moving between rooms. Yeah, okay, Zach, so a quick lesson on how this works, how I'm doing the fog. Be prepared to be demystified here. So I have a structure called map space. This is where all the map data is. It has a width and a height, so if I think it's 120 by 24 or something like that. Floor space then it's an integer character, or an integer pointer, I mean. So this is what holds all the actual floor data. I allocate, so if this is like 10 by 10, like width and height is 10 by 10, I allocate 100 integers here. And it's just flat, so it's 0 to 99 in that case, and 0 through 9 would be the first row, 10 through 19 to be the next row, and so on. That's why I need that function that's like xy2 flat, because I pass xy coordinates, and then it returns like what the flat it's a one-dimensional array, but it's representing two-dimensional data, so I flatten the two-dimensional data into one dimension. Okay, then I have a character that's called viz. This is a character pointer. Same thing. I'm going to make 100 of these if this is 10 by 10. And if at the very beginning I initialize all of those to 0, because you haven't seen any of the map, so that just means it's not visible. And when I'm rendering the map, I go through just tile by tile. If the tile is visible equals 0, I just don't draw it. Then, as I walk around, it's essentially doing like 2 up, 2 down, and then 4 to the right and 4 to the left, and it's making all of those visible. It's adding viz equals 1. And there's nothing that makes viz equals 0 again, so once it's visible, it's always visible. And then as you move, it's just adding that visibility. So that's how I keep track of that. It's basically, have you seen it before? Set that tile equal to 1. If you haven't seen it, it's already set to 0. Only render tiles at visibility equals 1. It's simple, but it works. I did a similar thing, so I don't think you ever saw Map Game. I don't know if Map Game works anymore. It's been so long. Let me just compile this and see what happens. Oh, look at that. Yes, this is definitely a new compiler error because I get rid of these compiler warnings like crazy. Main does not have a thing, so it doesn't have any arguments. So it's telling me to put void in there. What a weird warning. I don't think you ever saw this game though. This is one of my first coding. The window's a little big. This is one of my first projects that I did. There we go. I can change the resolution. So it's a little better fit for my stream. That's a little too much. Here, we'll do that. Actually, 1280 by 720 I think is the best, and we'll do window, vsync off, scan lines. Let's turn the scan lines off because they are a little, you can tell they're a little, a little harsh. Actually, I'll leave them on because I think they look good. All right, go back. Do a new game. Oh, yes, you've seen this in my title screen. Okay. All the stuff that I just showed you for visibility, like how I keep track of that, in this game, I have a map. And this is the huge ass, like 1000 by 512 or something map, something like that. And it's the same thing. Right now, it's all visible equals 0. And if I walk around, Oh, you can see the nice animations here. Oh, I think I can turn scan lines off. So I like the scan lines. Can I find a rock? This was my very early pixel art. I want to find a big rock. They're rare. There's some rocks. Like they look really good with the scan lines, and then when you turn them off, they look very kind of lame. Anyway, now all those spaces that I've visited, all the ones I saw, they're now on the map, and you can see them. So I think I just took this. I had already done this in a former project. And even that little thing with the cursor blinking there, that's very similar to what I did today, writing code to turn on and off the cursor every 15 frames. It's basically the same. Yeah, all the assets are me except for the character. He's from Ultima 5. All the pixel art was... I did it all on stream. I think, well, I was going to say the VODs are still there. They're actually not there because, you know, Twitch hates my guts. But they'll be there if my account gets... if my account gets reauthorized. And yeah, in this one I only did grasslands and I did deserts. And I love the deserts because you can't really tell, but there's a lot of different tiles in here that are just sand connecting at different tessellations. So you get all these weird patterns, like this little thing here. That's just from a certain tiles lining up produce this shape. And this is the same thing, like you get different shapes. You get these crazy wiggly doodads that just keep going down, like, and there's one. You just get a lot of emergent patterns from these tiles, and they're all in GitHub. So if you want to check GitHub, check my GitHub. Yeah, this was my first. I don't think. Yeah, I can't harvest anything over here. This is not my roguelike. This was my map game. So when you harvest, it would turn gray, and then if you walk a certain amount of time, it'll eventually let you. There we go. Came back. Eventually let you reharvest it and whatnot. And this is, I haven't even shown you like the craziness here. So I have, this is just harvesting and walking around and looking at the map. But I have a whole inventory system and like mouse drag, and you can like drop stuff. And notice it's like smaller when you drop it. And oh, that doesn't work. I forgot. It's fake X. Just remembered the fake X. It doesn't work. I'm like clicking on it to close it. I also have crafting. So there's a whole crafting system. Let's say I want these stone walls. I need 3 stones each. And then I can craft 6 of them. Hit craft. And then boom, I have 6 walls now. And look, fake X. I fell for it again. And then... I had a little message come up, crafted everything. And whatever I just crafted, what is that? It's a wall. So I place walls and then I can harvest more rocks. And I was working on this for a while. I mean, this was like a 2 or 3 months of working on this. There's a lot of different things you can craft and you can find. You have to discover the items before, so they're unknown recipes. You have to discover the items for them. So I think, where's tall grass? Tall grass should have some stuff for unknown recipes. Yeah, I shouldn't walk down memory lane with this because I don't think it'll ever be possible to go back to this project. But the animations also, you'll see like this, these are the same tiles here and there, but they animate at different rates. So like they're not always on the same frame. So you have the same tiles and they're on different frames and it's like 60, frames per second or something. And the sand also the same thing. There's like animations in there. This used SDL2, so SDL2 libraries to do the graphical stuff, but otherwise it's all me. I mean, I just use SDL for rendering pretty much. Everything else is mine from scratch. My from scratch engine made it from scratch. Yeah, and SDL, what SDL is, it's a front end for OpenGL. Essentially, it's pretty dumb. It's a 2D front end for OpenGL, so you can't do anything 3D with it. But you can do essentially hardware accelerated rendering of 2D stuff. It handles all that for you. It handles input also. So it can handle input and output and creating windows. And the window is called the renderer, so that's what this is. Or no, actually, the window is called the window, and it's sent to a renderer that renders it. So it handles all that stuff for you, but otherwise, I did everything. I mean, I did everything from scratch. Good stuff, good times. Look at our map. Look at that. How cool that is. The cursor blinking, I still find that cool. And that shows you, it maximizes, so this screen here, this is what I'm seeing. It maximizes to that size rectangle. And I don't know, it's pretty cool. And they're saving and loading, so I just lost everything I did on purpose, but I have some games in here. So if I go to game 1, this might be... Oh yeah, doors, I forgot, there's doors. Oh yeah, and buildings, look, this building, like, that has a roof on it, so when you go in, the roof disappears. And there's treasure chests, so there's containers. And do I have crafting? Yeah, so this guy has all the crafting recipes. One of these is going to be the one from my outro. Not this one. That might be gone forever also. Oh, and this one has the whole map uncovered. I didn't do that. That was like debugger mode where the map is uncovered by default. Anyway, yeah, that was a cool project. That was a fun project. So that's the visibility stuff that I'm doing now. I just pulled the logic in my head. I didn't like go to the code and copy it, but I pulled the same logic. So that's why we have the Fog of War in this game. It's using the same logic as a previous project. That I was just like, I know how I did that last time. I'm going to do it this time the same way. You see door. You see stone wall, open path. You see unexplored. Oh, wow. If I hit escape, it does a weird thing. It's just kind of like pauses for a second and then reappears. I am not... Oh, because it's an escape character. Yeah, it's like waiting for another character. Weird. I'm going to have to figure that out. How to stop that from happening. I never did music for map game. No, I did some for my dungeon crawler. I think. I did like the title screen. I might never actually put it in the game though. That game was a lot more advanced, I think, than... I don't know. It was a lot simpler than Map Game. Map Game, the problem with it was too complicated. There was too much stuff going on. Too much, you know, from scratch assets, like making a font. I streamed making a font. Snurdiperds was there, if he remembers. That was just like me going insane because I was making a font from scratch instead of finding one that I could just use. Me being me. That's me doing things the hard way. Okay, so what's next? I think the in-game timer is going to be my next goal. So one of the goals for this game, the gameplay feature, is going to be on day 1, all the enemies on floor 1 will be level 1. And then every step takes like 10 minutes, or maybe 5 minutes, maybe not 10 minutes. It adds to the timer. We'll fine-tune the actual number. And then when it becomes day 2, all the enemies on level 1 become level 2. And then on day 1, all the enemies on floor number 2 are already level 2. And by day 2, they'll go up in level. So enemies become harder, like they become stronger as time goes on. Yes, and that is something, if I load up the dungeon crawler... I could sit here forever. I forgot about that. Sloplu! RNG naming. I love my... Sloplu is too good. That is like too good of a name. I actually need to take this naming function and add it to my current game. If I like load this up, I can go through these and find treasure and walk through mazes like for hours because it's just so fun to walk around and find stuff. And how do I pull up the inventory? Can't remember. Character? There we go, character. Yeah, and going through and seeing what skills they have, like, and then cashing out, destroying things, getting random loot, all that's just so fun. Spirit. What's Spirit? I don't remember what any of this stuff is. Good old Sloplu. Yeah, this was a fun game. Yeah. I'm not going to do that though. I'm not going to subject you to to me playing an old game I never finished. We'll play a game I currently haven't finished and never will finish instead. Good old Sloplu. Actually, that makes me think. So if I go into that, I can pull that function out. I'm glad I looked at that because I can go in here. Why do I have a folder called Fuck You Rust? Source. You know, I don't know where the names are in there. Name. Name character. Rando name. It's in character. So it's in character. I wanna pull that out. The rando name is really good. You get stuff like Sloplu. I'm using that. We're using that today. So this is going to be player. Rogue thing, source, and this will be player.c. Finish about 25% of them. Yeah, that's, I mean, finishing stuff is hard. And even if I don't finish it, this is just a fun thing to do. This is not, you know, I've heard people complain like, well, indie devs are always starting new projects or hobby devs never finish anything. Like, who cares? We're doing it for fun. So it is what it is. Okay, there we go. We got Sloplu. Sloplu will come through. The way this random naming thing works, I have consonants and vowels, and then I just randomly string them all together. So it's 18 characters or less, I guess. So I will eventually use this in this program. Okay, so I do want to keep track of the time, and to do that, I'm going to need to do a new module. So if not defined, if not def defined, yeah, that's right. Player.h define player.h and then def. This will be library player.h. Okay. In here, I want to have a thing for a player, so struct. The other one's called map space. I don't want to just call it player, so maybe player space. So it makes sense to be in the naming of this. So I want to do int x, int y. I also want to do int floor. Okay. And let's see, int time. You know what? Cur floor, and then cur time. Just gotta use some common sense on naming here. That'll make sense to me. Physical things like spring cleaning or coordinating events, something like that. Yeah, I do finish projects at work. I mean, I get work projects done, so I get my finishing a project satisfaction by like getting a paper. It makes me want to check the status of my paper. I have a paper that's been in review for like 6 months plus at this point. I think we submitted it back in June or May. And, I'm not going to check the status. It's Sunday. This is my time. This is not work time. I finish projects at work, though. And let's see. So we have player space, and then we want to have things like we want to do void extern void move player, and it's going to come with a struct. We need this. It's going to come with a struct map space map a struct player space player, and then int x int y. And this one is going to do all the logic that is currently over in main, whereas it's where it should not be. So this is going to be sending a map, it's going to be sending a player, and it's going to be sending changes to x and y. So let's put it in here first, and then I'll figure out how I have to write it. Okay, so the very first thing we need to do is we need to make a struct player space, and it's going to be player. And then we're going to... Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should do is just have, like... Make player. No, I'll do that down here. Init player space, and then it's going to be cxcy. Okay, then down at the bottom we need kill player space player. There we go. That's pretty much the standard way that I do things. So init player space oh, and you know this actually should be a struct player space star init player space, and instead of that we're going to do cx cy and then void kill player space struct player space. So when I'm making its new variable, this is a new thing, so that I can save all player data. So players are going to have HP level, they're going to have equipment, all that kind of BS. So I need a place to have that. So this is where it's going to be. It's going to be in a thing called struct player space. Let me close out some of these that I don't need. Okay, and player may need, going to need map. And it's probably going to need libs of TikTok. And then this is going to have this stuff. And now we have more white space. Hooray. Extern, extern, extern. There we go. And I have to change the way I do this. So up here, I need to do player equals init player space. So just so I have I'm doing this the same way. I'm returning a pointer to the initialized map space. Map equals init map space. Player equals init player space. Same thing. Okay, so the first thing we do is we say struct player space player, and then we're gonna make one. So player equals malloc size of what it points to. So we need standard lib for that. And then player x equals cx, player y equals cy, and player cur floor equals 0, player cur time equals 0. Visibility should actually be stored here as well, but I like the idea of storing it in the map. I'm okay with that. And then return player. And then we need kill player space, and this will be very simple. We just free the player. Free the player! That sounds like a Twitch ad that they would shout. It's time to free the player! Finally, we're free! Gamers! I hate ads so much. We're finally free! And then it's some product that is actually really restrictive and reduces the player's freedom. We finally have DRM for us! Oh boy. So CXCY. Okay, so I have initialized the player here. So now we have a player with XY coordinates. Check viz. And so what we do is player X, player Y, and then draw character player X, player Y, and then this stuff what we need to do is CX equals 0, CY equals -1. So now I'm changing moving. I'll rewrite the logic because I'm not going to copy and paste. A is left, so CX equals -1, CY equals 0. And then here S is equal to down, so CY. CX equals 0, CY equals 1. This should be CX, yeah, -1, that's right. And then D is right, so CX equals 1, CY equals 0. Okay, and then you get to the end of there and you say move playa. And you need the map, player, and then you need, you know, I should call these CXCY. CXCY. I can maybe clear something up for you, being a really smart person. Maybe. I should also, by default, at this point, change CX equals 0 and CY equals 0. So we... No, that needs to be in the loop. That needs to be there. So by default, if they don't press something, we're not trying to move them. I get the feeling that the delay is worse on YouTube, yeah, because I've been like talking about something and then like, you know, 45 seconds to a minute later, someone replies to it. So I think maybe we can speed that up. Maybe there's a way to speed that up. I don't know. I know friends that I've watched stream on YouTube don't usually have a delay. So maybe that's something I need to look into. Move player. You know what I could also do is instead of doing this was stupid. Is it move player? What is it? Move player and then map. Yeah, just call this each time. Map player X, Y, like that. That's so much better. -1. 0, 1. That's down. And then 1, 0. That's right. D is right? Yes, it is. At player 1, 0. So there you go. So much nicer. A is left. It should be -1. Okay, so now I need to do that. So x equals plus equals cx. So we're doing the changes. Y plus equals cy. Changes are coming in. This is an all-purpose thing. So see if the change coordinates, if floor type is wall, don't change. Don't go changing. I should say that. Don't go changing. Like a yearbook. And then I'll write code, and then otherwise make the change. Or do go changing. Don't go changing. That's like a Billy Joel lyric or something. Isn't it? So if map floor space, and so we have map. Okay, is that where's that enum? Okay, it's there, so that should work. So if floor space plus xy to flat xy and then 100 is equal to this, we're just gonna don't go changing. Otherwise, we're gonna say player x equals x, player y equals y. Oh yeah, we also need to make sure that it is, make sure it is on the map. If x is less than 0 or y is less than 0 or x is greater than map width -1 or y is greater than map height -1, turn. We don't want them walking off the map because that'll cause all kinds of segmentation faults. Don't stop believing. Yeah, that's a journey. Don't go changing. Don't go changing. Like people I never talked to in high school, people I never was actually friends with. You know, and when we passing around a senior yearbook, they sign my yearbook and they tell me, "Don't go changing now." Like, you don't even know who I am. You know, you don't know me well enough to tell me not to change. Yeah, it's kind of asynchronous a little bit. Don't go changing waterfalls. Yeah. Oh man, I will always forever associate TLC with that movie, The Other Guys, or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. I'm not gonna go off on that rant again. I love that movie. It's so funny. It's so stupid. You want to see Marky Mark being an idiot for 2 hours? Okay, this should work in theory. It's making the change. If it's off the map, don't make the change. If the floor's a wall, don't make the change. Otherwise, just set them equal. Oh, and this is not right. So this should be player X plus that and player Y plus that. So take the current coordinates, add the change. This is like dx and dy. It shouldn't be cx and cy, but that it is. And then it's all good. So let's try it out. Let's just see. I'm a little worried about it. Is there anything else I need to do in here? It compiled. I'm in the wrong folder. There's no way that's compiling the first time through, right? Holy crap, look at this. Look how many errors there are. This is ridiculous. So I'm going to start off by, I forgot to do this. Okay. Not as many that time. Invalid application of size of to an incomplete type struct player space. Aha, yes, so we need to include in here player.h. And there we go, that got rid of most of the errors. There's still one more. And then random. Apparently I call random in here. There we go. There was a little bit of a delay there. No, it's fine. Maybe I'm just imagining things. It works. I can't walk on the walls, and let's just make sure I can't. Obviously, if I can't walk on walls, I can't walk off the map, so the map is surrounded by walls. So, great. Okay, and we also need a name, so let's put the name in there. So this will be char name 18. We'll make it 18. And then let's see what we will do when we initialize the character is we will just make a random name. Okay. It'll just be random automatically by default. There will be a whole character creation screen, you know, like make a new character, difficulty equal to normal, enter your name, choose your class, etc., etc. But for now, we'll just do a random one. Randomness, and I should have a print name kind of thing in here. So that can be part of draw commands. So draw, let's go, I closed it. Let's go back in there. It's not called draw, it's called display. But we need draw commands. I never got the question from Snurd. It might be a really long, complicated question, but that was like 10 minutes ago. Is that how bad the delay is on YouTube? All right, we want to draw in the upper left corner. Where would this look good? Like here, +1, yeah. So we're going to do move print W. Oh, that was the question about the delay on YouTube, or I might have. So I have this thing called Top Chat. Maybe it's actually cutting out messages. Yeah, wow. Okay, but I might be missing chat messages because that fucking magnets comment did not show up until I went to. By default, it was on Top Chat. I'm such a, you know, popular streamer here, and people are just tipping me emotes and stuff, and so I have to keep it on Top Chat. I did not see your message until. Okay, we learn. We live and learn. There's a filter, yes, apparently. Now I gotta go page up and see what else I've missed. Twitch goofed me. I think I saw that. Holy hell, I need to look at this code. I did not see that, Sax. Yeah, it's on my GitHub. Check it out. That one's called Map. The one I was showing you is called Map Game. God, I feel like I missed some stuff. Okay, well, if I missed your comments, I apologize. I don't know how magnets work. I don't think scientists even know how they work. It's something about the rotation of the electrons. So we're going to do 1, 1, and then name, and then S. And now I'm seeing a bunch of party things showing up down in the bottom corner. So I think someone is tipping me emotes. But I need a function called player name. And so we're going to go in here and do a function called player name, and this is going to be extern char star player name. And it's going to be in here. So this is just going to like return a pointer essentially to the player. So I don't have to. So I don't have, you know, those weird live streamers that like they pretend like they're NPCs, and when they get emojis like tipped, they have a saying that they'll say, like they'll see like a chicken dinner and they're like, chicken dinner so good, and then like they say that every time they get that emoji. Let me just tell you, that is weird. I may be an old man, I may be a boomer, but I just don't understand that at all. I don't understand many things about that, why people watch it, why people came up with the idea to do that, why people pay money to see that. It's all manner of confusing. Yeah, I do love Zoom meetings that for me are like company wide, that have like thousands of people, because then you get the weirdest emoji spam coming up when people will say stuff. You have to see a bunch of hearts, and I don't think there's a middle finger. Zoom does not allow the middle finger, but I wish it did. You'd see a lot of those. Oh shoot, that won't actually work, will it? Maybe what I can do is do a static player space in here. I'm referring to the player at all times. And when you initialize, you can say cur player equals player. So I'm pointing to it twice. I think, no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So I'm actually taking this way of doing it out. I'm not being true to myself with that. So I think instead, I should have a function called draw player info and pass it the player. That's how I should do it. So, and this is me being true to myself. And that should be over here. So it's just a new command. Void draw player info. And the player is a struct player space star player. And that means I need in here player H. I also should put that down here as well, which means I need to pass the struct player space player. The change this is going to add to the game is so minor. Player. That can't be. Call that on player. And in fact, that should be called on player there as well. There we go. Go back to here. Okay, now we're cooking. So what we're gonna do is, I need to make sure I call this up here. What is it? Draw player info. No, that's just player. Draw player info. And it's after draw commands. And draw cursor is after that, so I won't make that mistake again where I draw the cursor before I draw something else. Always got to draw the cursor last when it's blinking. It's just so weird. It's unusual. Like, how do people have money to tip to NPC streamers? Like, how does anyone have enough money that they can just tip $5 to hear someone say, chicken dinner's so good, or something? It's so weird. It's in another universe for me. Okay, and then we're going to do move, print, W. We're going to do 1, 1, and then we're going to do name, and then this, then player, name. That's it for now. And we have errors, of course. Okay, so yes, what's that? Where is that? Hang on. We'll do that first and then go. Unidentified player is equal to 1 if player is equal to 1, so on player. Okay. Called undeclared function draw player info. Where is that? That is in main.c. So this should be draw player info, and this should be here. Yep, I've kept that in mind that you do a voice acting thing. I am I don't know. I do have a project idea where voice acting would be appropriate, but it's like one of many ideas, and it's just floating around, and it's been floating around for a while, but it is not something I'm actively working on right now. Construct player space. Okay, so I need it here as well. Just takes care of these errors one at a time, and then inflicting types for look underscore cursor. Okay, look cursor needs a player as well. Where is that? That is main 11 and main 88. Okay. Do one at a time. Look cursor. Okay, on 64. Getting there. Yeah, I have this idea for a game that is sort of in the same area as Planescape Torment or Disco Elysium. It's sort of in that like point and click isometric RPG that is more of a story based game than a combat based game. And I think voice acting would be great in a game like that because it adds to the atmosphere, at least in cutscenes, if not in every dialogue option. But and I have a whole story idea and everything. Like I have it sort of fleshed out. I've sort of mapped out the chapters in writing, but I've done none of the dialogue. So I need to work on that. Work on writing the dialogue, and then work on writing the game. The game I would just use like Godot or something. I wouldn't write the engine from scratch for a project like that. Rando name? Did I not? I did not prototype that. Okay, one more error down. Incompatible pointer types passing struct player space to parameter of type character. Okay, player line 20. That should be that. And there we go, we got it. So all that for this. I think that should be 0. I think that should be in line 0. Let's make that change real quick. So that's over here. 0. And then Krabronsky. I love the random names. I haven't played with Godot. I honestly think it's probably not that difficult to learn, but I do have to go through it with some of the practice projects. I think the hardest part, you just have to learn the rendering tricks, like how to access assets, how to import assets and access them. Everything else is just coding. Like everything else, like logic and how to keep track of stuff. That's all skills I already have. So I don't know. Have not looked at it yet, but one of these days. All right, Krablonsky, we got ya. We got your name on there. Let's get a couple names and see what they end up. Lon Clute. Larsu. Crew Star. I like Crew Star. It's like Rooster, but Crew Star. Tonblonkai. Tonblonsai. So Sarpru. Sai Histarlu. That's a pretty good one. I think I made it so that they can't be longer than 18 letters. Sai Histarlu. Okay, so let's do player info. I should also draw time. So I need a function in here. I need like a format time function. So make it a void format time, and we'll do integer time. And then we'll do character time f, and that'll be, I don't know, 20. And this will be static. Jan Sloot. Okay, and so then what we're going to do is we're going to move print w. Oh no, we need a character first of all. So we're going to do character time f 20. Then we're going to format time. And we're going to send it player cur time. Then time f. It's going to do its thing somehow, and then we're going to say 0. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 18. And then let's say plus 2 is 26. So 26. And we're going to use this. Okay, I don't have any mechanism for like the time increasing right now, so the time does not increase. But honestly, what I can do here is up here when you move. No, over here. I was in the wrong file. Every time you move, so if you bump into a wall or you try to walk off the map, the time is not going to change. Make the time and increase the time. Make the change and increase the time. So what we can do is player time per time plus equals, we'll just say 10 minutes every step. Every step you take. And then over in display, we need to actually format that. So that's just 10 minutes. Like, how do you format 10 minutes? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have int day, days, hours, minutes. Okay, and then we're going to say day equals time f divided by 3600. Time f, that's in minutes. We're saying how many days, how many seconds are in a day, or how many minutes are in a day? 60 times 24, so it's 1440. I don't know what I'm thinking seconds. Okay, and then hours is going to equal time F divided by 60 minus, need to subtract this. So days times 24. And then minutes are going to equal time F minus day times, no, yes, times 24 times 60 minus hours times 60. I think that's going to be okay. Okay, and then we need to do the old sprintf. I have string functions here. I think sprintf is a string function. Oh no, it's standard IO. Okay, well. Time F, and then it's going to be, we're going to do something like this. Yeah, something like that. Use the old ISO 8601. And then do D, F, D, H, M. Okay, but there's something else I need to do here. I think I need to do this to 2 and 2 and 2. So it'll be like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, or whatever. So this will add extra digits. I think that's how you do that. And let's see, everything, I did a bunch of crap, so I'm gonna get errors. There we go. Invalid operands, binary expression, char star, and int. Okay, what? Oh, well, this should be cur time. I made that mistake 3 times in a row. And no new line it into file, uh-oh. Okay, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. Okay, but it is increasing the time, so let's just increase the time. Let's make sure when it goes up to 24, it should hit 23 and then go straight to 0. It did. So that's good. And I think what I can do is, let's put a couple spaces here. So what did I do wrong? How do you, is it like this? Yep, that's it. So we got the time. So let me explore a dungeon and see how long it takes in in-game minutes to get a complete clear. And I'm not being as efficient as possible, but I'll be as efficient as I can without going overboard. Wow, we're already up to 15 hours. It's a big-ass dungeon, man. Maybe it should be 1 minute per step? I don't know. This is the kind of thing, I need to get a feel for it, because all the enemies are going to level up when you hit day 2. So you got to make sure that you have a fair amount of time passing. Clearing the dungeon, watching the clock. And also, this is just a random dungeon. It might be different every time. It will be different every time. I mean, I might need a different amount of time passing, you know? So, I think we're almost up to 3 days. I'm thinking the player should be done with the first floor at the end of day 1. So I'll just do the math based on that, how much time should pass. I see 1 square, so 3 days. Oh, you can't get... How did I get... How is this visible? And then I go down, this is visible. And then I go down, this is visible. Shouldn't I go left and then this is visible? How did that happen? Oh, maybe it's like up. No, you get 2. I'm a little. That's not right. Something's wrong here. I shouldn't be seeing. Oh, I see. It's from here. Okay, so 1, 2, and that's how I'm seeing those. Okay, never mind. I'm good. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. So it took 3 days, more or less, to clear this dungeon. I'll do a couple more and just see if they're both around that. And then if they are, I'll make the call. Cut it down, maybe 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes per step. The new Twitch UI. Hey, Mecha Dangerous. Welcome to YouTube. Thanks for the follow or the subscribe or whatever they call it. Follows on YouTube are the paid thing. Don't pay me. I don't think I can accept those, but please don't pay me on YouTube. I don't want ads on my channel. Nobody think about it. Nobody even think about it. This is temporary. Hopefully this is temporary. I got banned from the old Twitcheroony. They didn't like my alt-right views. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not alt-right. They didn't like something that I guess some hacker had access to my account and decided to be an idiot. Spam people's channels, and I keep making that joke about alt-right. Like, people are gonna think I'm serious one of these times. Because, I mean, most people who get banned, I have to make it clear, most people who get banned from social media, they get banned because they have reprehensible views. So that's why I'm making that joke, like, I have reprehensible views. That's why Twitch banned me. But I actually got banned because my account was compromised. Okay, that time it took 2 days to clear this dungeon. And I don't know how many rooms there are. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think I'm missing some rooms here. But maybe some of these are rooms. Like, this might be a room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm still missing a room. So 2 days. Do another one. Wow, look at this giant room. That's crazy. But it's a funny joke to me. Like, I find it hilarious that I can make a joke about being banned, and I just hope nobody takes me seriously on that, because it is a pretty stupid joke to make. Where was Ethan on January 6th? Okay, so far so good. We're almost at the halfway through the second day point here. I think most dungeons are a little more complicated than this one. This one's a kind of uncomplicated. The last one was too. This is something I need to fine tune, and it's gonna just take a lot of playing to balance it. That's why you put a game in early access and you have players balance your game for you. Okay, so just over 2 days. So maybe 5 minutes per step will be better instead of 10 minutes per step. Why is it? I'm just asking the question. Where was I on January 6th? I mean, I was probably in Ohio at the time, which is worse. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 obvious rooms, and now I have the cursor. Oh, what just happened? Look at this. It's transporting me. I know why. I know why it transports me. Goodness, when I forget the move print thing, it puts X and Y backwards. So when I go into look mode, what happens here? Draw look. Too close to the truth? Okay, I'm not gonna make that joke. That was a bad joke. I had a bad joke in mind. I'm just not gonna say it. It's funny. It's just stupid. I know. Okay, draw cursor. Look cursor. You get CXCY. And where do they come from? CXCY. Okay, so that should be actually, that's what it is. Player X, player Y. So there we go. I changed that, and that should fix that. So now if I go into look mode, there we go. We got the cursor on top of me, and if I move, cursor on top of me. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, I was in the area of making an Alex Jones reference joke, but it's probably better not to go into that territory, because even though we should all laugh at his misfortune is unfortunately parallel to the misfortune of others. So it's best just not to make that joke, and in any way legitimize his views. I can still laugh about it in my head, though. I don't know, maybe January 11th shouldn't be joked about either. Or January 6th, I mean, shouldn't be joked about. What's January 11th? What happened on January 11th? Where was Ethan on January 11th? President's Day? Okay, there we go. We got it. So 2, 8. And let's count the rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and maybe 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 2. 1, 2, 3. That's got to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that means this is all path. Let's go look and make sure that's all path. No, that's open floor. Okay, that's open floor. That's one room. This is another room. So this is a room, this is a room, this is a room. There should be 9. That means this is a room. That's 4. This is a room. 5. This is a room here. 6. This is a room. 7. 8. 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I don't know how I was miscounting that. What is January 11th? What is it? I've heard that date before. No, January 11th is a thing, isn't it? It was January 6th was the date that they were all storming the Capitol, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, how long does it take for a guy to take a step, and how far is a step? Yeah. Well, the thing is, if it's one step, 1 minute per step, it would just take forever for the day to pass. In terms of like this dungeon size, what's my what's the let me. So 8 hours, so 2 days, so 24 times 2 plus 8, no, times 60 plus 8 times 60 plus 50. So that was just 3410 minutes. So 3410 minutes. 3410 minutes divided by 10 equals 341. So this was 341 steps to clear this. If it was a minute per step, so I'm just thinking in terms of gameplay, you know, how long this dungeon it would take to clear. That's like 6 hours in game time. And I want one dungeon floor to be about one dungeon day. So 341. How many minutes are in a day? 60 times 24. Okay, and then we want to divide it by 341. So that's saying 4 minutes on average. It would take 4 minutes per step to have cleared this. I think 5 is probably the magic number here. No, but the thing is, it's part of the gameplay. So my gameplay idea is when you go through a day. So when you enter the dungeon at level 1, you're at level 1. All the enemies on the floor are level 1. When 24 hours have passed, all those enemies on level 1 are now on floor 1 have now leveled up. They become level 2. So any that are still alive are now level 2. It's going to be a balance between, like, if you stay too long on a floor, all the enemies that are there are going to level up. And so, but also on day 1, enemies on level 2 are level 2, and when a day has gone by, they'll be level 3. So, or maybe all the enemies on the dungeon are equal level to the day. I'm not sure. But the idea is that you can be on a floor, a day passes, everybody levels up, and then that's part of the gameplay mechanic for this. So what you're fighting against. You're fighting against, obviously, you want to clear as much of the dungeon as you can, but if you spent too many hours on one floor, you should suffer for it. Waste too much time walking. Yeah, and maybe, like, okay, that was just me efficiently clearing that dungeon. No combat, no treasure, and I was efficiently clearing it, like walking as much as efficiently as I could. So maybe it would take a little longer for players. So maybe instead of 4 minutes, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. 3 minutes per step. And don't picture a person taking 3 minutes to take one step. Picture the amount of steps you can take in 3 minutes, and that's how far away the next tile is. Yeah, and you'd level up. They level up. You get better equipment from them. Um, and maybe, like, treasure chests are generated, like loot is generated based on the day. Or maybe, like, when the floor is generated, it's based on what day it is when the floor is generated. And so you'd get better equipment from enemies and treasure chests and stuff like that. But you could also, like, speed run through the dungeon if you find the staircase down. Maybe that's, like, a tactic, is to spend as little time as possible on the floors and maximize your gains. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a lot to balance. But we have a timer now, at least. I have the mechanism for that. The dungeon crawl. So this is actually, I've thought about this a lot because of the other game. I don't know if it's evident here, but you see dungeon level 1, day 1, and then this is like the time of day. So and if I'm correct, one step is 10 minutes. This is my old game. And that was the idea that I was going to do with this. And this was going to be a roguelike, so it was going to be the same sort of thing. I think it's part of a compelling game mechanic that's going to balance urgency of moving on with being able to explore the whole dungeon. Love that mini map. That mini map is so good. That's one of the best things I've done in my life. That's pretty sad. Oh, look at that door. There's a door there. You can see it at all angles. You can see through it. You can see that wall there. So this wall. Hang on, I didn't map the wall. Treasure chest, treasure chest. Oh, and this one's just a random door by itself. That's funny. I love that. I love that I allowed that to happen. I'm actually forgetting the keys here, how to turn. There's just a random door by itself. This thing. I love that. Defense 3. Wow. Wow. Look at these stats. Going crazy. This was fun to generate the loot. There was a rarity involved. the different color, like gray, dark gray is, I guess, I don't remember what the different colors are. There's a light gray, a dark gray, and then there's like colors for increasing rarity. I remember all this. The deeper you go in the dungeon, the better the random loot would get. And that's actually hard to balance. That's hard. The math to figure out like how to make good loot was very... It took a lot of work, and I still don't really know if it's balanced because I didn't have any combat mechanics. Same tiles. I have a bunch of different tile sets in this game, and I shouldn't be playing this. I should be working on my current game, but it's fun to go down memory lane. It's fun to go down memory lane. Oh, I've already been there. I'm not very good at exploring. It's already day 2, 11th hour of day 2. Are you a staircase? No. There we go. That's all I wanted, was a different tile set. No different rarities yet, but there's a scroll of sword. I remember the sword was a certain attribute, and I remember finding a sword of sword, and I think I had a shield of shield also. And then the amount of gold you get is based on the rarity or something, I can't remember. Yeah. Anyway, that's that game. I'm not playing that game right now. I'm not spending the rest of my day playing that game. Yeah, everything is on my... Yeah, it's on my GitHub. That one's called roguelike. The other one we were looking at earlier was called map game. I have no idea how to... Yeah, Sloplu is great. I have no idea how to compile on Windows, so you're up the creek on that. And in fact, the SDL2 works a little different in Linux also. I've played around with it on VMs, but all of that's there. I mean, if you want to look at the map generator code and all that. Speaking of which, yeah, that's fine. Ignore that. We want to call this added look mode, time, player, etc. And now what I've done today is up on GitHub, so that is now uploaded. There were so far, so I've streamed 3 hours, 569 insertions and 290 deletions, mostly just from moving stuff around. So that's interesting. 270 differential there, I guess. Yeah, everything's on GitHub. What else do I have on there? I have some other stuff on there too. Map game. I think I might have Hyper Starscape or whatever. Let me look. Let me look at my own GitHub. That is not what I wanted. Okay, let's see. What are my repositories? What are they? So, Rogue thing, that's what I'm working on now. This is the token generator stuff. This is a Costanza bot, if you know Costanza. This is how I made him. It's a Python thing. Snowfall, that little snowfall animation I do on my streams during the intro. Hyper Starscape is kind of an arcadey collect the hearts and avoid the bad guys game that has music. Audio test is just me learning how to write SDL audio because it doesn't make any sense and nobody has any examples. And so I figured it out and wrote an example. Answer my own damn question, yeah. Well, it's all good. Crawler-like, that's the dungeon crawler. Text game, so I didn't talk about this one. Oh, it's not there. Where is it? Secret is like a text adventure game. And I was trying to do that in SDL as text game, and I kind of made a little bit of progress on it. But it's not great. So this is a graphical, so this is like a custom font, but this is like a graphical version of that. I can at least I can't do inventory or interacting or anything, but I can do like walking around. Anyway, there we go. What else do I have? Let's go back to this text game. I never actually put the logic to do all the events in the game into there. So map game. Oh, retro timer. Retro timer. I used to use this on stream. This was for like my when I was keeping track of how much time I was in games. I made a little thingy here, and you can set the timer if you want. And then you hit space, and then it just runs. And it's just a retro timer. That's all it is, and that's literally all it is. You can pause it, and then you can change, and then yeah, that's on there. Oh, that's private, so you can't look at that one. That one's private. Don't look. Don't look at my private repository. Were any of those other ones private? I don't think so. Okay, what else am I doing on this? I need to think. So I do have some other goals for this today. I got my look cursor, and I've got player info a little bit. So maybe I can do. I want to do several things. So I want to do like a text log on the right. So over here, there should be like text logs. So sort of like Caves of Cud. I think the way Caves of Cud does it is good. Yeah, it's so easy to get distracted. It is. It really is. The private repository was just so I was trying to learn sockets programming, and I was writing a communications program to do that, and I'd never learned it, but that was like 2018 or something. I'd be much better at it now. I'm actually tempted to learn it, but no, I can't. I have to focus. I must focus. Yeah, so like a text log. So when events happen, the text log would update. So that's one thing I need to do. Another thing I need to do is keep track of multiple maps. Go up and down floors. So, remember I used to do this? Go up and down floors. Text log. Player, stats, monsters, combat. I'm not at the level of getting a Kanban board set up for this, but at least I could use the old sticky note. Go up and down floors, text log, player stats. So player stats should be on the screen as well. So maybe they'd go up here. HP, that, like, that's actually maybe the top line. That's how Caves of Cud does it. I'm not like trying to do everything like Caves of Cud, but I think it's a really good model to it's a good interface to base, you know, kind of the direction I'm going. The things that I like from Caves of Cud, keep it. The things I don't like, get rid of them. Like, you notice it's not green. The game is not green. Go up and down floors, text log, player stats. So where would the player stats be? So HP would be up here, and then maybe like stats like strength and everything like that would be on a separate screen, like a character screen. combat. Combat would just be bump combat. Oh, and moving, so there's something I can do right now. Move diagonally. And if you move diagonally, you'll be more efficient, and your 5 minutes or 10 minutes per step, you'll actually be up and to the right, but it'll still take the same amount of time as just to the right. Green is good color. Strong color. Color of Shrek. The ogre color. Good old phthalo green. I don't know what color Shrek actually is. You like lime green? Radioactive green? I don't know, is that even a color? Let's do move diagonally right now, but to do that I actually would do Q. So WASD is movement. Q is quit game, and that needs to be like up and to the left. So I need a better button for that. Maybe then, you know what? Instead of WASD, it would be WADX, and then S would be wait. Do you think people would that be too confusing? So if I use Q through E, A through D, and Z through C as like the number pad, so like up and to the left, up and to the right, left, nothing, right, down left, down right. I think that makes sense to me. If that's all that matters. If it makes sense to me, let's do it. Okay, but in that case, I need a different button for quitting. So let's just make it P. Oh yeah, and C is not equal. There we go. And that should be and. Let's fix the one down here. Okay, there we go. I don't have a number pad. I don't have a number pad on my keyboard. And that's one of the things I really hate about roguelikes, is they often assume you have a full-length keyboard. And I don't. I have a small keyboard. I have a mini keyboard, and it's comfortable for me. I just don't have a number pad. So I will put it in, you know, for the final version. Other players who have those kind of keyboards can bind those keys, or maybe I just put it in automatically. But I don't have a keyboard with a number pad, so. I like left hand movement control better than right hand movement control. I don't know why. It feels better. It's all my FPS days. So let's just get this in there. Did I do P for quitting? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I'm gonna have to do this for both. Yes, P for quitting. So case Q. This is going to be move player up and to the right. So it would be -1, or up and to the left, I mean, -1, -1. 10 key periph. No, I have not thought about that. I do have arrow keys, yeah. And this is all temporary. I mean, this is all just like add the functionality now, and then when it's a final game, it'll be more full featured. Up and to the right. So X is +1, right up is -1. Okay. -1, -1, -1, -1, 0, 1. That's sort of a pattern if you notice. Okay. Then A. S is going to actually move the player 0. So it's going to do all the things a player move does, but it's just not going to move them. So it'll increase the timer. And then D is to the right. Okay, and then, oh no, S is down. Yeah, okay, so we do need down. All right, let's just add 3. 1, 2, 3, and then this will be Z, X, and C. And Z is down. and to the left. X is just down. And C is down and to the right. All right. So we should have this pattern. Let's see the pattern. -1, 0, 1. -1, 0, 1. -1, 0, 1. And then it should be, well, let's see what it is. -1, -1, -1. 0, 0, 0. 1, 1, 1. So there we go. It works. Now I need to actually move that down here as well. So I think cursor movement, why not? Give it some diagonal. Diagonal it up. Diagon alley. And oh god. So up until this is going to be a little more complicated. So if y is greater than 0, y minus equals 1. We're moving left, so if x is greater than 0, x minus equals 1. Okay, now, I have to think about this a little. E. If y is greater than 0, y minus equals 1. If x is less than map width minus 1, x plus equals 1. And I should probably do x before y every time. Okay, and then A, S. S will just break. It won't do anything. E. Case E. And A, S, and then D. D is going to be right. A is going to be left. Okay, and then case Z. Coach Z. Oh, man. Good old Coach Z. That game was so funny last night, Sax. I think I'm so glad I got to watch that. There's a new Homestar, for people who haven't seen it. There's a new Homestar Runner, or I guess Strong Bad game on Steam. And it is just, if you like Strong Bad or Homestar Runner, it is really funny. No spoilers. I won't play it now. I watched somebody else play it, but it's quite amusing. All right, so x minus 1, and we're going down. So if y is less than map height minus 1, y plus equals 1. And all of these are down, so this x is just straight down. And then this is here, and we'll just do this. Width x. Okay, the pattern. Yeah, for an hour and a half game, and you had help too from chat, so it might have been a little longer. Like you had multiple people help there. I was stumped a couple times, and somebody else in chat suggested something, and it ended up being like well, I won't spoil anything for other people. So it might be like a 2-hour game or 3-hour game for other people. X is greater. Okay, so minus 1, 0, 1. -1, plus 1, minus 1. Minus 1, plus 1. Okay, so far so good. I should just like compile this and make sure that it runs, and if it does, like don't even worry about it. Like don't check, just try every button. X is greater than 0. Okay, this is Z, X, and C. So -1, X, 0, plus 1. Plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Okay, this should work. Let's try it out. All right, down, left. Works. Up and right. Did not work. It just goes up. S increases the time. That's wait. Down, right. And up and left. Up and right does not work for some reason. I also forgot something vital. Quit the game. Y is is E no good? Oh. X plus 1, Y minus 1. What? Why doesn't that work? It just goes straight up. The same as W. E, W, E. Okay, Y. Y. Why? This is so confusing. This is E. I'm pressing E right now. And watch. What the hell? E? He's walking left. It's only E doing it. I mean, everything else is fine, as far as I know. Everything else, it's just E. Look! That was all E. Like, if I go here, okay, I'm just gonna start pressing E. E, 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 E. Like, what? It doesn't work there either. Wow, that really didn't work. Good lord. Okay, well these are all broken. This should be easy. That's me. That's what I do. Oh, I didn't compile. Okay. I didn't compile it. Because quit game was not there. But still, it still doesn't work. Still does not work. I'm just pressing E right now, and it's just walking left. Why? Okay, I'm just capital mode, yeah. Works fine. Okay, make sure I'm in the right place. E. Move player map. So it's X and Y. Adding +1 to X, -1 to Y. That's up and to the right. Up and to the right. So this is obviously a problem in here. Player X, player Y, plus CX plus CY. Oh. Okay. Here's where it's going wrong. So if X is, we have to actually do these separately because we can potentially make multiple changes. Okay, so if X is less than 0 or greater than whatever, X minus equals CX. So basically undo this change. And then what we're going to do is Y is less than 0 or Y is greater than map height -1. Y minus equals CY. So undo that change. Now we're not returning. If there was no change, however, we don't want to increase the timer. So if X is equal to player X and Y is equal to player Y, so you didn't move, then just return. And if it's a wall, return, and then there you go. Okay, that should hopefully fix that. E should work now. All right, so I'm gonna go down here. E, nope. E, E, nope. Why? Why is E the problem? Whoops. I'll close that. Oh, that's why, because I don't have a break statement there. Where else have I missed break statements? Genius. Been coding C my whole life. I forgot break statements and a switch. All right, that should fix that. But you know, I found like a bug that I would have struggled finding if not for this stupid bug. So now E works. Also, if you go, let's go here. Well, I don't know if I need that bug. Actually, you know, I should actually undo what I just did because this is, I thought it was a different problem. So, what I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm going to add that back. If you're at the edge of a map and you're trying to walk diagonally, it should just not move you. So I think that's fine. All right, test this out again. Q, Z, C, A, D, E, U, S, W, C, S, 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 S. Great. It doesn't really feel great. WASD. Down, like I want to hit S to go down, so that I think is not working for me. So I think I'll make S down, and then I'll make X weight. Where am I? I'm in look cursor. So S is going to be down, and then X is going to do nothing. And then make the same change up here. -1. And then X will be weight. Okay. It doesn't look right then. It's not like the number pad, but I think it'll feel better. So let's just see if it feels better. The hell? Why? Okay, the cursor moves also diagonally and whatnot. I could do like Caves of Cud. They do the thing where you hit shift and then you do the arrow keys, but it does get a little confusing. So I kind of like the Q, E, X, Z, C, C thing. Like that makes it feel really natural. I see. I see. I was minusing when I should have plus. If you minus when you plus, you're going to have a bad time. And this will be one of those things, the more you play, the more natural it'll feel, so. And let's just make sure X, C, C, X. X increases the time. Oh god, it's day 2 already. Yeah, now should the day start on day 1 or should the day start on day 0? Because the way that I do it, it starts at, this is like totally slurm. A slurm notation, like day, hour, minute. So day 0. But technically it's like day 1, the first day in the dungeon. Or you could say I spent 0 days in the dungeon so far. So that you could say that. That makes sense. And this is Flaglostifry. Flaglostiflare. I can't even say that name. That's great. Just like Caves of Cud names. Okay, well, we got diagonal movement anyway. Where's my sticky? Okay, go up and down the floor. So I need to figure out a way to have an entrance and an exit for every floor. So for every map. So the map structure should actually have that information on it. So I think what I'll do is we also need an int to keep track of what it is. Okay, and then yeah, that's good. And then we need up x, up y, down x, down y. Or this is probably better. Entrance to, exit to. Oh, damn. Ah! E. Can't use exit, it's a reserved keyword. Can't be using exit. Yeah, that happens a lot. Also happens where I change it back. Like I just changed that one back, but there's another time that happened yesterday where you're just trying to find all the bugs you can, and like I was struggling forever with that one bug, and I found a couple others that were just like minor fixes. Enter. Leave. You can do start and end. So start and actually it's begin and end. But end is not a reserved keyword. Get end. End is not a reserved keyword. There you go. Fix one, break two, break two, fix five. Senior coders fixing junior coders' mistakes, junior coders being frustrated with no documentation on senior coders' work. Begin and end. So these will be XY coordinates. And you know, this is that could have been done here as well. And I almost want to keep it parallel. I almost want to go back and do that, but I'm not gonna. That would be too stupid. Because this could be one array also, width and height. It could be like dimensions. It's okay. Everything doesn't have to be parallel. Everything doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so first of all, when I generate a dungeon, I need a new function to do it. So this is going to be static void place exits. So that's that, and that's going to be part of when you initialize it. You're just going to place the exits. Done. No, just kidding. I can actually do it. I love that about the way I code. Like I'll put placeholders and be like, done, it's done. So then in here I actually need to do int x1, y1, x2, y2, and I'm not just like putting them down. I don't want them to be the same, and I don't want them to be too close. So if they're too close, you know, it is what it is. So then what we're going to do is x1 equals random. Let's see. It should have the same logic as the rooms. So the adding rooms thing. So this whole thing should enter a while loop, first of all. Or maybe a do while loop. Makes no difference at all. So we're generating a lot of random numbers. And then we're going to say while dist p x1, y1, x2, y2. Why did I call that dist p? Why didn't I call it just dist? Amid doing junior level work, pissing seniors off for making junior mistakes. That happens too. People can be senior coders and, you know, can still have never learned how to do things the right way, or they come up through a different, like, they did COBOL all their life, and now they're doing, you know, they're doing Rust or something. Totally different coding principles if you're using Rust versus COBOL. And while it is less than, so we're finding the distance between 2 points, and so probably like 50. This is just a magic number. And then map begin 0 equals x1. Okay. Here we go. So it's just doing generate a bunch of random numbers, random coordinates, check the distance between them. These are the exit and entrance, so they should be at least 50 away from each other. And then when they finally are, stick them in there. And does this floor wall? Okay, so what I need? I need some new enums. Begin floor end. Oh no! There we go. So I added 2 more things. Begin and end. And this should be a staircase. We're climbing a tower, so begin is going to be a staircase down. And then the end is going to be a staircase up. And then they need symbols. So their symbols are going to be my god. No. There we go. Begin a staircase down, end a staircase up. There's some other stuff I have to do, so I cannot overwrite those when I'm adding rooms. Place exits. Hang on, where do the rooms get made? I need to add rooms, make rooms. So there we go. This should all be part of this. So add rooms, make paths, and make rooms all became static. Add rooms, make paths, and make rooms. Should be after check dist p. Get rid of that white space. Great, and then actually I have to make them static. So, static. Rooms to be static. Okay. Good. So now I have this fine-tuned control. I make the rooms, add the rooms, make the paths, make the rooms, and place the exits. So I should also have, some more logic here. While the distance is less than 50, and I need it needs to be placed on a floor open. So while map floor space xy2 flat x1 y1, while that is not equal, so while they're too close and while it's not equal to floor open, and while map floor space plus xy2 flat x2 y2 not equal to floor open. So I'm checking, first of all, the exit and entrance should be far enough away, and the tile it's going on should be floor open. Yes, and then what we do is map floor space plus xy to flat x1 y1 equals floor. Again, we can do this here. Okay, and that should be also then when you make the player. Do I use CX, CY, or anything else here? Check viz. Nope, I don't, so I can take those out. Boom. And we don't need that. We don't need to. So place the character on the entrance. So the X will be map begin 0, map begin 1. So we're sticking him on the starting space here. And then that character start thing, where's that? I can get rid of that function. Goodbye. Okay. I think that should be good. I think I've done everything reasonable. I made some things static as well. That should be good. Everything's saved. Okay. You know, I'm scared to compile. I'm scared because there's always going to be errors, but the fastest way to take care of the errors is just to compile. Okay, expected. Yeah, look at that. Map 14. That's a dumb mistake to make. What? Map.h. No semicolon. That's easy. Yeah. Got that one 3 times. Okay, then floor names. Here we go. Added 2. Okay. XY flat, 2 flat. Oh yes, so XY 2 flat. Where did I do that? That was in place exits. I forgot. I needed that. That's what gave me all that trouble yesterday. Too few arguments, too few arguments. Okay, that should work then. Whoops. Wrong window. Let's see what happens. Interesting. All right, let's decrease that distance. Hmm. All right, let's see where it's getting stuck. That's no big deal. Go into LLDB here. Get the old debugger. Get the old debugger. Does it not want to give me the thread backtrace right now? What's going on? Why is it just sitting here? I see. Oh boy, it's a 6,000 page or line backtrace. Why? Make rooms. Okay. I see. So make rooms was code that was working. It's not the new stuff, it's the old stuff. Stop working. So add rooms, map 9, make paths, map. Why is that not working? Hmm. It's make rooms. It's getting stuck in. It's getting stuck here. All right, let's check something out. You initialize it, then you add the rooms, then you make the paths. Oh, right. Hmm. Okay, I know why. I have to just figure out how to change it. So, which one's it getting stuck in again? It's getting stuck in make rooms. Oh boy. Okay, so that's fine. So what does it do? Let's go through the logic. I think this is where I had some recursive logic happening, and I've changed where everything is. So it's going to be a little weird. So add rooms first. It adds the rooms. So add rooms. It goes to add rooms. And then it checks distance p. And then, no, that'll call this again and again. Yeah, it shouldn't be stuck there. Make path. So it's make rooms is where it's getting stuck. Hmm. I don't understand. Why is it bouncing between those? And these values are changing. It's like it's adding a million rooms. Why is it adding so many rooms? Okay. I shouldn't have changed it so drastically. I should have been okay with this. But I like the way I'm trying to change it to be. The way it was insufficient. The way I'm changing it is the way I want it to be. Okay, so that's fine. Number of rooms equals 0. Room X equals null. Room Y equals null. And then we add rooms, map 9. That'll recursively keep adding rooms until it's good. And it does get through that. Then it makes paths. So I just want to put, this is like stupid, but I just want to do some printf statements. And this is not, I know this is where it's getting stuck, so want to verify. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's not gonna help. So what, no, why is it calling, it's like calling, init. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it now. I know why. Jeez. Figured it out. So every time I make a room, it uses a map, so it doesn't have its own structure for a map, for a room versus a map. So every room I make is then adding a bunch of rooms. So what I need is room, and if is room is equal to 0, so it's not a room. Well, I guess if not room, do it that way. You know, I hate that, so I'm gonna if is room is equal to 0, so it's not a room, it's a map, you're gonna go ahead and do this stuff. Place exits, do all your stuff you want to do. Okay, so then I need everywhere that calls init map space. So init map space. Is it a room? No. Is it a room? Yes. Okay, that should fix that. That's funny. Okay, and then we have to fix the old thing here. And that is here is room. Okay, look at that. So down. It added a staircase down. All right, I want to just quickly change this distance back to 50 then. I thought it was getting stuck there. I want them to be pretty far away. Oh boy, what happened here? Somehow got stuck in a solid rock face. Okay, so I think my ands and ors are wrong. Let's get rid of that. God, having P for quit is just so confusing. Okay, if it's less than 50 and loop while this. Loop while distance is less than 50 and you're not on a floor open and you're not on a floor open. So why did it just add me in? Like, why is this happening? This shouldn't be happening. Begin 0, 1. Just make sure that I'm doing that right. Map begin 0, 1. XY. Weird. That's sort of a common thing, too. Like, it happened 3 times. Look, what is this? Crit root rakel, why are you in a wall? Why in a wall, my friend? So the player should start where the entrance is. They're basically starting at the very first door. And X1, Y1. X1, Y1, X2, Y2. I check the distance between the entrance and the exit is less than 50. We don't want it to be less than 50. So while it's less than 50, loop, keep generating random numbers. We want it to be a floor underscore open. So, and keep looping while this X1, Y1, map W, that's right, I think. While it's not equal to floor underscore open. And this is not equal to floor open. Why is that failing? Well, let's just try to see if the entrance and exit are indeed. Let's just explore a map and see where they end up. So the V is the entrance. It's an unusual problem. Oh yeah, can I go through there? Yeah, I can. Where's the exit? The exit will take us to the next floor. And then, you know, when I have that working, I can go up and down stairs. I can generate new maps. And I can have a linked list of maps. Okay, am I just missing it? Alright, so clearly something went wrong here. Unless I'm just missing it. I'm not seeing it. I don't see it. So the caret, it should be a caret. Like a inverted V. That's the exit, and I don't see it. So, yes, so clearly something's wrong here. Floor end, X2, Y2. 2Y2, X1, Y1. I guess it could be in a room that's not connected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's a room that's not connected. Maybe 50 is just too much. But it shouldn't stick you on a wall. Let's get real here. You shouldn't be phasing through a wall if the exits and entrance are too close. It shouldn't stick you in a wall to take care of that problem. That's not the solution to that problem. Knock through. Okay, well there we go. There's a staircase up. And a staircase down. So we got that. Just why are you going into a wall, man? See it happen again. Oh, you know what I could do? Well, I don't know. Trying to think. Init player, maybe? Let's see. What does a init player do? You get an X and a Y. It should just be X and Y, not CX, CY. Okay, you make a player, you put an X and Y, and then you put the current floor equal to 0 and current time equal to 0. Generative random name. Yeah, so that's not that. Is there something I messed up here? Initialize the map and then initialize the player with their beginning, their X and Y being begin 0 and begin 1, which are X and Y. Yeah, that's right. 0, 1, 0, 1. It's got to be this. It's got to be this function. It's sticking. Okay, I know a way to just verify that. Let's go into main, and we'll just do. On player. I'm just gonna set this equal to 0. No, we'll just yeah. Okay. Let's just see. All right, so I'm in the middle of a wall, and it says a staircase down. So it is placing the staircase down in the middle of a wall. Interesting. Okay. So when you try to look with the cursor, if you're on top of yourself, it tells you that you're on top of yourself. So I just commented that out or changed it so that it doesn't do that behavior. And I saw that there was a staircase down underneath me. So there is indeed a staircase down. But why? Why is there a staircase down? In the middle of a rock? Because something's messed up here. I'm probably not going to figure it out, and it's almost dinner time. So I'm going to, I guess, commit the changes here in a second, and then I'll figure it out next time. But let's do some more little stuff here. So move the character. W up, move up, left, down, right, move diagonally, wait, enter look mode, E quit. I don't understand MD format sometime. Actually, I have a thing for editing that called Pine. Yeah, why does it do that? That's just Markdown. That's just how Markdown works. Okay, so that's fine. And I need a thing for that. What is tldp.org? I don't even know. Is that like where this is maintained? Let's see. It's a GNU project. So, here we go. Save, quit. Okay. Update. Oh, boom. We got it. Oh yeah, one more thing I should add in there. Game is currently broken. Character sometimes starts in a solid rock wall. I'll figure that out later. Alright, so I have to add that to the to-do list. Go up and down floors. I have added fix starting in rock wall problem. And this is part of add entrance exit. Alright, go up and down floors, text log, player stats, character screen, monsters, combat, and then boom, game over. It's done. That's how close we are to having a finished game. Just that simple. I want to just look at this for a few more seconds, just make sure I'm doing everything right here, because I'm a little confused about this. Dist P, am I doing that right? X1, Y1, X2, Y2. X1, Y1, X2, Y2, so that's right. 50 might just be too far, but it shouldn't. It should just sit in an eternal loop if 50 is too far. It should never. It should never put you in solid rock. Debugging. One. Interesting. So apparently just random open floors can get pushed through. Which doesn't make any sense. One more thing I can just do to look at this. I don't understand why that's happening, but it is actually putting me in an open, it is a floor open it's putting me in. So the only other thing I can think right now for this is if we suppress the fog of war. Where am I? Where am I? This is actually a good way, suppress the fog of war, a good way to see like a bunch of finished dungeons. Why do I not see myself? I'm down here. What the hell? There's not even a room there. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, well they're all going to be unexplored, so that's not going to help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe. Hmm. Do I have... Am I doing an assignment where I should be doing... No, it's a not equal to. So not equal, not equal. All right, I'll figure it out later. I can't figure it out now. So let's add this stuff. Added some broken stuff. And push it. And that's it for me today. I'm going to end here. I'll probably stream this week some because this is a fun project to work on. I really enjoy it. And just seeing the progress, like it is way cooler today, even with that little problem. It is way cooler today than it was yesterday. So yeah, this is a problem. Like, why am I just in the middle of a wall? I really don't know. But I added entrances and exits at least. When it does work, it works. It seems like it places them randomly, so they may just randomly get in a wall. I don't understand that. Oh, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. No, it's not that. It has to be floor open. I'm not saying don't put it on a wall, but I'm saying don't put it on anything except floor open. I was just thinking maybe it's like floor underscore room that it was trying to go to, but it can't be that. And I'm sure that what's going wrong will come to me. I just have to stare at it for a while. I don't want to move on and do the next, like, going up and down floors, which I can do, because obviously it works sometimes. So if it works sometimes, it is semi-working, and I have the functionality. But yeah, look at that. So there's just a random... First of all, what is this? Look how close they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're like 5 away, not even. That's 1, 2, 3, and that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So what's the square root of 18? They're like 4 apart. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. So clearly something's going wrong with this do while statement. Loop while. The distance is less than 50. It breaks out of there. Oh. No, that can't be it though. This is a simple logic issue. Yeah, so that's very interesting to see that. So one of the conditions of generating the exit and the entrance, which are right here, is that they are 50 apart. X1, Y1, X2, Y2, and they're clearly not 50 apart here. And this one's in a solid rock wall. So, interesting. Something is failing here. Curious. Is it the Pythagorean theorem? Oh yeah, and I should, look at that. What is dist p even returning? The double. Oh. Well, that wouldn't... I don't think you need to cast that. It's just it's a float. 20. 74, 70. It's funny. This is a logic thing because I want to have it in one line. That's the problem. Okay, well, I'll pick up this here next time, and I'll be sure to. This will take like 15 minutes to an hour to solve this problem. Then I can move on to the next problem. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been fun. See you later. Bye.
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ